The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. I love that opening video. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome to Season 2, Oracle of War. This is Oracle of War, Fortunes of War, of course, and it is the last part of Season 2 of Oracle of War. This is Song of the Sky, and I hope folks are looking forward to this as much as I am. I was talking this up in the green room with the players. I think they're a little nervous. They're officially nervous. They're just like, why are you this excited? And I'm like, no reason. It's fine. I'm just, I'm an excited guy. Like I feeling good about stuff. But no, this is going to be great. I cannot wait to talk a little bit about the stuff that you're going to see from the players or see from the story, and we'll see what the players do this evening. Before we go any further, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter is !ArvTweets, website arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is our merchandise area with Infinity and Beyond, the group playing tonight, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon-to-be Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks as well. I am repping the Infinity and Beyond shirt today, so hopefully folks will look at it and be like, I too want a shirt like that. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel, at least for the moment. So support of that would be really helpful. Plus, you can get inspirations to help our players and a variety of other things too. !Arv Treon for that. And of course, subscribing to the channel, as many of you folks were kind enough to do during the Retro and Television birthday celebration stream last night. That also gives you inspirations if you support at a high enough level to help the players. And of course, those emotes, custom emotes and sub badges and things like that to show off here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. So that is always appreciated. And if you have not already done so, supporting on the publishing side is much appreciated too. !Icarus for my award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And of course, Greyshade, my newest novel, which came out on May 31st. And that link will bring you to the backer kit where you can support Renegade and Heretic, which are the two sequels of Greyshade in the Grey Assassin trilogy. Renegade will be next year, Heretic the year after that. Also, the tabletop role-playing game being designed by Brandon O'Brien. That is also going to be out next year, and you can also have one of our players tonight who is doing, Trent Sparks, who is doing the Greyshade audiobook. So there's a lot of cool stuff that you can get there, and that would be very much appreciated if you can support us there as well. And of course, if you have not already done so, please consider supporting the causes that we do here also. !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, Ukraine, to help fight back, the Ukrainians fight back against this illegal and illegitimate war. They have done so exceedingly well, especially over the last 10 to 14 days. They've made huge progress, which is wonderful to see. But nonetheless, the war has been devastating, and this is a chance for us to help them in a small way step up and to declare and help them with their declaring their autonomy. Schedule-wise, we've got, again, D&D with Infinity and Beyond tonight. Tomorrow at, I believe, 7 p.m. Eastern is the return of a Speculate event as Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire will make its triumphant return. And then we've got Monday will be off, and Tuesday we've got the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, followed by Talisman Adventures over on GOGcom's Twitch channel. I would really appreciate it if someone could remind me at the end of the stream tonight. Please, please, please remind me that we need to do the final vote for the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. This right now is that poll, so get your vote in right now. There were 3 possibilities. They are Typo Man, Splatoon, and Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Very close vote right now. Typo Man slightly beating out Splatoon and Kirby in the Forgotten Land. So get your votes in now because we're going to be closing that up tonight, and I'm going to be playing that on Tuesday. So that's what we've going on with that. But right now, I'm going to unmute myself and, as always, apologize unreservedly to the wonderful folks of Infinity and Beyond because I might have interrupted them, and I apologize. And now I'm going to unmute them, by which I mean unmute them right there. And then last but certainly not least, move over to reveal to you the incredible crew, which is back. D&D with I and B is back with Song of the Sky. The level 7, let's be clear, King's Citadel is back. And we're going to see what cool things they've gained from all of that. So welcome, crew. I will begin with the gentleman at the bottom left who is shaking his head firmly. And that usually means that something has happened that either I have said or something that he has considered that I have said. So I will ask him, what did I say, Tren? How are you? And what did I say? And who are you playing and all that stuff?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Armin and Ryan. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. You all gained 15... No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I knew if I even finished the sentence, it'd be like, clipped. I was like, Thank you. Thank you very much. It is an honor to share my birthday week with all of you lovely people. Thank you.
I didn't know you were going to do jazz. Trent, you really caught me by surprise.
Neither did I.
Yes.
It was inspired.
Okay, so for those of you new to the stream, the team, we actually do work better than you just heard singing. Trust me, I'm not kidding.
It's the stream delay, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Throws us all out.
We're in different time zones, so
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, worth it. Still worth it. Totally
So
worth it.
what you said, Arv, that because there actually was a reason that I was shaking.
Oh, okay.
I just also knew that we were going to jump on that.
Yeah.
And I thought, hey, this is the perfect spot to do that. But what you said was, because I don't know if you remember, I listen to your intros whenever we're doing this.
I know. I'm aware.
Kicking off with, they're really nervous back in the green. Mister, hang on. Now, we are not nervous about how happy you are. I mean, maybe Marie, but with what's going on. No, she's delighted. I was nervous.
Let me introduce you to a certain person whose name rhymes with Bon Blelfers, who also is like, you seem awfully happy. I don't understand why you're so happy. And, and then Jen chuckling in that sort of, ha ha ha, is he going to kill us? I mean, like, this was all part of the mix. Let's be clear.
Our biggest birthday gift to himself. TPK. No, kidding.
Can you deny any of these things, Mr. Sparks?
Yes.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but yes, I can deny it. I just mean we've got an entire governmental branch that is built on denying stuff.
Yes, that's fair. That's fair.
So the thing that I was going to say, I am Trent Sparks. I'm a voice actor and audiobook narrator for that guy over there. I really hope I'm pointing the right way.
You are.
Okay.
Although you're pointing at this, you're also pointing like over the Song of the Sky banner, which looks vaguely like there's this huge knoll like basically attacking this person. So I was just kind of like that guy. I'm like, what? Also my OBS is just disconnected, so hold off on this introduction.
It's not just me.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
like I think.
Too.
Oh, there we go. Announcement said what? 9:10. What the heck?
Did it?
Something is weird. I don't know what is going on. Okay. See, all of a sudden chat emerged. 1 sec. OBS is disconnected. No.
I'm just playing with everyone knows mine.
Why?
I will say I warned people that
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay, I think we've reconnected. Double check with chat. Can you see and hear me now? That does explain a little bit. I was like, why is everyone so quiet? Okay, is it true, chat? Are we?
It was the singing. That's why everybody was quiet.
They were quiet before the singing.
We stunned into silence.
Twitch was like, what do you always say? Like, demonetized, like DMCA.
We broke that. We
Right.
broke the OBS.
We broke
from
OBS. No,
singing.
we're back. We're
very
okay.
powerful.
So on you go, Trent. Sorry. So now apparently everything's fine, according to
Right.
them.
So as Arv just said, everything's fine. And what you missed during that point where OBS dropped out was he told us that we are all now level 20. We have all ascended to godhood. And basically, what's my character's name? Tanton spends all of his time hovering above Sharn, building clockwork dimensions. It's really cool.
Wow, I would love to play in an alternate universe where this is true. Sadly not, but what a dream, huh?
You have the power to make it happen, Arv.
This is taking Watchmaker theory to a whole new level. Who the Watchmaker is? It's Tanton. So, yes, that would be lovely. When
Yes,
not
his name is
hovering,
Tanton.
I was going to ask about that. Yes, please.
His name is Tanton. He is a battle mage artificer, and he builds things like his how do you usually describe it? His goodest boy companion Spanner, who
The
is
goodest boy.
steel
Goodest
defender. Yes.
Yes, he is the goodest of all good boys. Although
He
at
is.
some point there's going to be a battle, like a sort of cross-universe battle between Spanner and Stone for coolest pet, and Lillimon, I guess. And so it'll be interesting to see how the pets from my various campaigns, battle it out.
I think that they will all buck convention and just sit around having a great time. And
Probably,
relaxing.
yeah.
Mhm.
They just go into the
Galloping
arena
about.
and sit down and
Yeah, or
whack.
they just run and jump and kick
Yeah.
and do all the stuff that horse-sized animals do.
Yeah, exactly right. But it is good to see Trent. I am excited for that. And don't forget, folks, Gray Shade audiobook is going to be on the way from Trent, and you will not want to miss it. It is going to be amazing when
You
it
think
is
so, huh?
complete. I am fully aware, having heard versions of it before. Yes, it's going to be great. But it's great to see. It's great to see Trent. It's also great, of course, to see Marie. And Marie Bilodeau is returned to us as per usual. It's good to see you, Marie. How is life in the universe and all that kind of wonderful stuff with you? Are you excited for a certain event which you are coordinating next month? And what might that event be? And who are you playing? I should ask.
I am excited. So I have the honor of being the co-chair corporate. We're supposed to say that. It's in my contract of not getting paid. I have the honor of being co-chair corporate of CanCon, which is Ottawa's local sci-fi literary con.
Yeah.
And if you could see over here, all of CanCon right now is there because with COVID and all that, we're changing our protocols, and I'm not getting all the volunteers. Usually I show them Canadian Thanksgiving is the weekend before CanCon. So usually I bring all the volunteers over. I make a big turkey dinner. I make them work while I drink wine and cook. It's great. We have all the name badges. This year, I'm being more careful because I don't want all the volunteers to come down with like disease before
Right.
the event. So I've got all of CanCon here where I will be handling most of it. And it is spectacular, and I'm not showing it to you because it shows like the disorganization of it all, but it is spectacular right now.
Oh, I thought you
So
were
I am
showing them like a turkey, like setting up for Canadian virtual Thanksgiving or something. Like you're just gonna be like, all right, here's a picture of a turkey and
Yeah,
all that stuff.
exactly. Here's
Yeah.
a picture of a turkey, and enjoy, my friends. Next year, so much turkey. But it's going to be a great event. We have an on-site event, and we have which some cool people will be at. Yes. Yay!
I will be there. Emily the Honored is in chat. Of course, is the editor guest of honor at
Yes,
CanCon.
that was the next thing I was about to say. Thanks for like jumping the gun.
No
there, 'cause
problem.
you're
My
too excited.
apologies.
No,
I
I'm
just wanted
kidding,
to
I'm
undercut
kidding.
you.
I'm totally messing with you. So yes, we have our editor guest of honor, E.D.E. Bell, who is Emily the Honored. We're super excited. It's going to be fun. We have amazing publishers, we have amazing authors, and we have an online track as well. So if you can come to Ottawa, we have a amazing online track with other exciting and cool people, such as Jen Brozek, who will be there on our online virtual track, which the virtual track you can catch if you're on site as well. So we're kind of sharing the love there. So you'll be everywhere, Jen. And we have some great guests of honor, a cool lineup. So come join the fun, please. Love to have you there. I'm very excited. And I can't wait to have my basement again also. So. And we have some cool prizes as well. John has donated some cool Shadowrun stuff for CanCon as giveaway prizes.
Nice.
So, yeah, which is really sweet. So I've got that over there too. So I stole some of them. He doesn't know. But anyways, it's really cool and appreciated.
Sounds like I did. He's like, I did. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I slipped a receipt in your pocket. It's fine.
All right.
Wait a minute. So yeah, so and I also have on September 30th, I have the collected works,
Ooh.
all 5 novellas that make the story of Nye, which is what happens when the veil between the world of the fairies and the human world collapses.
That's a baller cover, Marie. That's good
Yeah,
stuff
I was
right
about to say,
there.
that's amazing looking.
That's
Yeah.
a good cover.
Thank you. And
Damn.
it says does it say that? No, that says a complete serial novel on the back, which is also amazing. Look at that nice spine.
Yeah.
It says once upon a time there were no more happy endings. It's very cheerful, and it's perfect October read. And Blackgate magazine here called it the first great serialized novel of the year. Now, in their defense, the first one came out in February, but I'm told they stand by that when I asked them if I could print it on the print edition. So
You should just do the ... the ... great serialized novel ... And you're just like, yeah,
yeah, just take out the verse. Anyways,
Yeah.
so that's coming out on the September 30th. So I'm very excited. It has been a long time in the making to get all 5 novellas together. It's been a bestseller around the world several times. So it's been out since 2014 technically, but it's the first time it's all together, and I love it. I just got it today, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, looks good.
That's it, and I will stop hogging the stream, but I'm playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar College of Swords bard. I like poking things with my sword. I like singing. I like casting spells, and I like hanging out with my sister, played by Jen, and all of our friends, as well, as we are mighty and cool, and we won't die.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure that all
We
that
won't.
will be may be true. We shall find out. But thanks, Marie.
saying that.
Always a great play. See, you haven't died yet, so I mean that's how that goes. Next up, thank you. Always a pleasure, Marie. I suddenly a bowl has appeared above my monitor. Thank you, my darling child. Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. It means that I got to show off, chat, this bowl of delicious food that is going to be part of this. Thank you. Thank you, my love. Yeah, we are.
Looks a little like carbonara.
Yeah, it's thinner though. It looks like I think with stir fry. Oh yeah, it's good. Anyway, I won't make anyone super hungry. Thanks, honey. So I will move right along to the amazing and awesome Jennifer Brozek, who is going to be virtually at the CanCon that we mentioned before. And man, everyone's coming out with books because I hear rumors that there's work coming out from you too, Jen. Not that I should be surprised. How are you? What's coming out, and who are you playing tonight?
I am doing well. My state is less on fire than it's been in the last week or so.
Yeah.
So that's nice. I just got word that my newest novella, which is a tie-in, it's the first of 6. It is one single story told by 6 different authors. True Mel's Light will be out in November, and then every 2 weeks after that, the next part of the story will be coming out from a different author, including people like Kevin J. Anderson. So,
All right.
and it is far future space opera, and I'm very excited
Nice.
for it.
That's awesome.
And it's part of the Fivefold Universe. If you don't know what that is, just look up fivefolduniverse.com, and then you will see. Let's
It's a
see.
jazz band, right?
What?
It's a jazz band. It's a jazz band. The Fivefold Instrument Universe. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's space opera. It's definitely space opera. At least I wrote it as space opera. I really hope it's space opera.
Wait, listen. Kevin J. Anderson is a massive Rush fan. So you just wait until that comes out, and all of a sudden you're just like, wait a minute, why did you write about a jazz band? It's not.
No.
Anyway.
Let's see. I don't think anything else is coming out before then. I know I have a lot of things that I'm turning in before then, of Shadowrun and anthology wise. Yeah, I'm in novel mode right now, so my brain is like mostly over here, and then I'm like, I have to look. If it's important, I have to write it down, and then I can look at it because otherwise it's not sticking. I'm like right at the very end of the Shadowrun novella, where I have managed to sneak a mech into a Shadowrun novella.
Ooh, as the crossover somehow happens, Battle Run.
People have been
Welcome to
asking me
Shadowtech,
to do that forever.
Yeah.
And so I finally figured out a way to do it and not get in trouble or not have it cut by my editor. In the meantime, in this fantasy, I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a halfling of the House of Healing, dragon marked. Are we going to be rolling dice for our hit points and stuff?
Indeed, we are. At least I'm hoping that we are.
Yes. And then this time, I had some very cool stuff that have popped up. I have new auras. If you're within 30 feet of me and I have an aura up, I have 3 different ones now that I can play with. One's called the Aura of Purity, one's the Aura of Vitality, and one is called the Aura of Life. So certain people who fall to below 0 hit points will suddenly not go to 0 hit points now if I have the spell up and running. But it's the 4th level spell and I only got 1 of those, so try not to die again.
just limit the dying. If you could just limit you could cut down on the
please.
death. Yeah
Because I only got 1 of these spells. Actually, the Aura of Life is, I think, a 3rd level spell. Aura of Vitality, excuse me. So yeah, I think that's about it for me. As soon as I have pre-orders and covers of True Mel's Light, I will put it up there, but I'm very excited about this. It will also be coming out with an audiobook. I don't know who's doing the audiobook, but I know it is being created. So
done in audio. That's awesome. Congratulations on that, Jen. I'm excited to see it, and pleasure to have you here as always tonight. Also a pleasure to have one Mr. John Helfers, who has edited and or connected with all of these people in some way or another, as I've mentioned, Eberron, which has sort of become a Shadowrun BattleTech audio and so-called regular book party all the time. But that's fine. I listen. That's the way things go. I'm pleased to have it. It's good to see you, John. How goes life in the editing universe? And how's life with you? I hope it is better than Week 1 Green Bay Packers life is what I would say. But how have you been?
It's par for the course for the 2 years in a row. They've gotten their, like, I have anything to do with it. They got their butts handed to them. So hopefully that kind of wakes them up. But it's going to be an interesting year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
As for me, things are going quite well, since literally, like, in the past 20 minutes, I have finished a project that has taken a lot of the past 18 months of my time. It is now done.
Nice.
I am exceptionally happy with that. That's the whole series of the Dark Age novels we were re-releasing into the wild. And it was a lot more work than I thought to get those out. It was, you just can't throw them up. No, they need some work. So, but they're done now. It's all good. Very happy. And yes, actually, it's kind of like, Greg, or should I say, Arv, you're the linchpin for this, because I know most of these people through you. So it's actually, you're the fixer for me. So there you go. But I'm very happy to take advantage of that. Trend's latest audiobook, Icons of War, just dropped, I think, like within the last 2 weeks.
Nice.
It is a really fun book. It's a very different take on one of the main factions of BattleTech. And once you give it a listen, it's a good time. It's a good time. And of course, Arv, you've got all your Grey Shade stuff going, and I won't be starting that until the source book, the RPG book, is ready, but I already did the pass on the novel, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, I'm working with Marie and Jen on various items in Shadowrun and BattleTech and here and there and everywhere. So yeah. I stay busy. Yeah. So as to who I'm playing, I am playing the 8'2", really large.
Yeah.
Warforged, a subclass known as the Starforged that fell from the sky, named Alarian. And yes, they also have interesting things in level 7 and good times, and absolutely, without further ado, and they are the shield of this merry band of adventurers. So
absolutely,
and that shield's been taking some knocks lately.
we were talking about this beforehand. Well, let's start there. Before we begin Song of the Sky, we'll start with you, John. So tell us what has happened in level 7, and then you can roll your hit points for us. So what happened in level 7 for you, for Alarian?
So Alarian got their second, what they call their Aegis, the second Aegis power that I got to select from a list of things. And after discussion with the GM, I have chosen something called reactive warding, which is already in the chat. I'm not sure if you can see it.
It's up on the dice roller. Chat can see it.
Yes.
Yep.
So basically, I can now use my Aegis dice to potentially save myself from failing a saving throw. I can pick one or more, roll them, take the highest die roll, and add it to a failed saving throw to hopefully turn that around.
I love it.
So that's, I'm pretty happy with that too. That could be very important, especially at higher levels when my dice get bigger. So yeah, very excited now.
No reason to believe that there'll be any saving throws that need to be made in the next hour or so. I can't imagine.
What? All right. Because I guess I'm gonna take since we have not played for so long, I'm assuming that I'll be able to actually do a good die roll. So I'm actually going to roll instead of taking it, and I still have my hero point I can use if I need to. So it's a D+2, right?
That is true. Everyone starts with a hero point. They can do some stuff. There are I can't take inspirations on this from the chat on this one, but they can use a hero point. The players can. You just choose not to, sir. Correct. That is correct. I'm choosing not to do that. I'm going to roll it. Roll it. That's a 3. It's a 5, which is even less than what I have. I take it. I'm going to burn my one hero. Below. Oh, okay, you're going to do. All right. I'm going to burn it. Yeah, and probably regret that.
You got this.
Oh,
of course.
Well,
of course. All right.
Oh, wow.
All right. Well, that's how it works. So let's see. It's a whole 3, so 46, and I get a big 1 point on my armor. All right. Well, yep. Back to taking the average. Yep, that did not play out very well. So you're at let's just be clear. So you're at 46 out of 46, right? Mm-hmm. And then you are for your Aegis. How 22. Much? 22 out of 22. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was a experiment I did not need to run.
in the end, everyone would tell you that it evens out in the end. It's just, you just have to let it go long enough for it to even out.
It is not for this character.
Level 15 is going to be great. Yeah.
On 4 levels, on 4 of my 7 levels, I rolled a 1 on my hit points. So
a friend of mine once said the problem with the argument about evening out is that it doesn't define as to whether that's a single player that it evens out or the entire party. So like if, Maria's kicking ass and taking names, rolling dice while you are sucking it, it doesn't, like, that evens out in quotes, but like,
exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so there's that, but you've got the reactive warding, and anything else you want to highlight about Alarian's new stuff?
That was pretty much it. I got hit points, and I think did our general proficiency, is this the time when our proficiency bonus goes up?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Remember. Not yet. All right. No, that was it. That's all I got.
Okay. But don't fret. At the end of Song of the Sky, if all goes well, there may be another level in your future. So,
exactly.
So let's move up then, as I'm moving in reverse order. Jen, let's talk about Nisiana. I know you mentioned the auras already, but maybe just you can roll hit points and then just briefly summarize. So you have the aura that allows people. Just explain that again for everybody who might have missed that, so we can keep it on one spot.
So I have 3 auras that I can use.
3 auras.
One is called the Aura of Vitality. This one's a 3rd level spell, so I can actually use it multiple times. 30-foot radius until this. It's until the spell ends, and it looks like it's a concentration. I can use a bonus action to cause one creature within the aura, including myself, to regain 2d6 hit points as a bonus action.
Nice.
So if we are in a fight and things are starting to go very badly, I just absolutely go ahead and say, nope, Aura of Vitality. And then bonus action, you get 2d6 hit points plus 5. You get 2d6 hit points plus 5. So we will continue that. The next aura, which is one of the level 4s, is the Aura of Life. It is also 30 foot, centered on me. It makes me resistant and everybody else resistant to necrotic damage. Hit point can't be reduced. Maximum hit point can't be reduced. And living creature regains 1 hit point when it starts its turn within the aura if its hit point is level, if they've gone down to 0.
Oh, very nice. When you said like hit points can't be reduced, I'm like, what level is this? Like you just like maximum hit. I'm like, okay.
So and then
we are invulnerable. I'm like, okay.
I told you we were God.
Well, speaking of invulnerable, the Aura of Purity. This one is amazing.
Okay.
This would have been very good in the gray. 30 feet. Every non-hostile creature, including myself, cannot become diseased, resists poison damage, has advantage on saving throws against effects that cause blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned.
Hey, listen, that's it's a level, what you said, 4? Like, yeah, I mean, that's fine. Look, listen, level 4s are, they're expensive to use and they're good. Like, I mean, so that's fine.
All right, so I guess I need to roll my 1d8 plus, what is it? My constitution is 2.
Here we go. Let's even out John here. Let's see what we can do.
I'm just going to roll the 1d8 and then manually add the 2.
Okay.
So 5 points.
5 points. All right. You're going to stay with that? Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm going to stay with that. That puts me at 42 hit points, which is the answer to the meaning of life.
I thought you were at 44 to begin with. Am I crazy?
Right.
I thought you were at
totally
44.
wrong.
So you should be at 49 now.
Yep. I had it written wrong. I looked at the wrong thing on my sheet.
Just remember, if you ever get confused, just remember you have more hit points than Alarian. That's all. As long as you can just remember that, everything will be fine.
Indeed.
Yes. And
I come back on. John's like, just so you know, unfriended, unfollowed. God damn it.
Block.
See, you know what? John is the tank and Maria's the striker, and I'm the one who keeps the tank alive.
Right. And he has 22 extra points of armor plating around his hit points, let's be clear.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sheesh. Anyway, so cool. So 49 out of 49. Good stuff. And you still have your hero point in reserve if needed.
I do. And I have the auras, and I have to remember that I can channel divinity twice for short
Mhm.
rest. Restore a creature. Short. When I finish a short or long rest, I can channel divinity twice. So that's a free healing spell, people. If I forget.
Good
So,
stuff. Arudinel points out
wow,
that this aura of purity makes you immune to really good weekends, like poison, stun, like just
well, she's such a partier.
Yeah.
Obviously.
You just
And-
wouldn't fire up the aura of purity. Yes, Sean.
And you have your spell recharging, your spell.
I do have the spell recharging ring. I do.
That's
You
true.
made it for me, and I have actually written it down.
Yeah, tell everyone before I go on to Marame
Okay.
what the spell recharging ring does.
The spell refueling ring is a 6th level artificer thing that
Tangent made
Oh.
for.
that Mia Tantan created, and allowed while I'm wearing this ring, I can recover 1 expended spell slot as an action, and it can be of 3rd level or lower. So once used, I can't use it again until the next dawn. So 3rd level, but 3rd level includes one of my auras. So
once per day you can use that, is what you're saying.
yes, and I mean,
fine.
I have some 3rd level spells are pretty good. Very vivify and mass
Yep.
healing word and
Yep.
life transference. So yeah, it's a really nice thing to have.
Yep, level 3s tend to be that way all across the board. Level 3 is in traditional D&D where you get access to Fireball, and there's a lot of good things waiting for people at level 3 spells. So, good stuff, Jen. Thank you. I look forward to seeing Onissiana uses all of that. Let's talk about Marame and what Marame has gained in knowledge / fighting ability / flourishes at level 7. What do you got, Marame?
Well, I do get my extra Bardic Inspiration die, so I am up to 7.
Mm-hmm.
That's 1d8, and those also feed my flourishes, so they're important. And I got my first 4th level spell, in which I have decided to take Dimension Door.
Ah, very nice. The power of Dimension Door. I have not actually, I've not heard that name in a long time. That's been a while since I've seen Dimension Door being used, but that's a good spell, actually. Especially
Yeah.
for you. I have this image of Marame just vanishing and then just like, flourishing, attacking from behind the line or whatever. It's good stuff.
Exactly. It's going to be fun. I'm going to see how it works in, but I got to be careful because I've only got 1 4th level spell slot. So wherever I go, I ain't coming back. It's a one-way trip,
Yes, that's true, actually. Fair enough. So you've got that. What about hit points? What are we doing on the hit point score?
I feel like I don't like learning lessons from myself, but I love learning them from watching other people live through them. So I'm going to take the average, which is 7 in my case, because I've got 2 constitution. So it brings me up to 53.
53. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Good stuff. I am excited to see how Dimension Door, etc. is used. Anything else from Marame, or is that what you got for level 7?
That's it. That's
Okay.
all I got, but I'm very happy.
Yeah, no, that's good stuff. Last but certainly not least, Tren, what does Mia Tantan de Kenneth have? Is there some cool new thing? Spanner can actually grow in size to become the size of a house, or what cool new things does Tantan have?
Now that's at level 9 when our proficiency bonus goes up.
It's called the Clifford the Big Red Dog spell.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not red, but whatever.
Right.
Quick note for Marie. Dimension Door does not work the way it does in the original D&D movie, where you just grab a fistful of diamond dust and say to wherever Lorda is.
Yeah.
Can I change my spell?
There's so many things that the D&D movie is not at all related to real D&D.
Oh boy.
Oh, good God.
Right. So
high hopes for the new one, though. High hopes for the new one.
Yeah. So Tantan really only picked up one thing, but it's a pretty good thing. Very similar to Nisiana's Bountiful Luck. Tantan gets Flash of Genius, which I will now put into.
Nice.
The thing, starting at 7th level, you gain the ability to come up with solutions under pressure. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction, that being my reaction, to add my intelligence modifier, +5, to that roll. And I can use that feature a number of times equal to my intelligence modifier, 5.
Oh my gosh.
until I rest.
That's
Regain,
amazing.
finish a long rest, not a short rest. So it has to be a long rest.
That's
I'm
still
telling you right
easy.
now, Tren, I want, whenever Flash of Genius gets used, I cannot wait to see the flavor text that gets put on that. But just like, you realize, actually, if you were to, like, just have this image of you being like, but wait a minute, you know? The whole thing is Christopher Lloyd in Back to the Future. Wow. That kind of thing.
And since it's not just me, it could very well be Tanton going, wait a minute, are you sure? Think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
through again."
exactly.
It's like a good heart of silvery barbs.
Yeah.
Right. Or just like Joe
Silver
Larry. No,
barbs
you
is
angle it
amazing.
this way. You angle your arm this way. Oh, man.
All right.
It's going to be great. Hit point
right,
time.
hit points.
Let's talk about that.
I will roll.
All
Oof, you're
right.
all rollers.
As
Look
God
at you.
as God intended. All right.
Ugh,
Okay,
no, thank you.
A, there is no god but Tanton and all the other members of the party, as we've covered. So, I won. Four.
See? There is no God. God's like, really?
I
Like,
told you.
son of a...
I stand by my decision.
You could use a hero point if you want to re-roll that, Tron.
No, I'm going to need that hero point later.
Got it. All
I
right.
know that because I'm God. Okay, so that brings him up to 46 of 46.
Wow, it's tied with me.
Inaccurate.
Unreal.
Inaccurate. You were at 45 out of 45. I had you at to begin with.
Right, and I just add one.
Well,
Or three.
What's your
Dude,
constitution?
your
That would be
combo.
48, sir.
Yeah.
I don't math. I have told people.
Again,
But
what
I
did
do not
what did
math.
I tell you? It has to be more than Alarian, and that's more than Alarian.
I am not the god of math. We have covered
God,
this.
am I the sod of this party? I think I'm the sod of this party. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, Arudno was making that joke.
Yeah, it's
You know what? That's
Yeah.
okay. I like sod too. So.
What do you
That's
have for
true.
Spanner?
true.
I right now 37 out of 37. I don't know if that's out of date or well, I mean, it's
It is
out of date
of
for
date.
now.
He-
Okay.
He is now at 42 of 42.
Okay.
Mm.
See, John, less than Alarian. So it's
Wow,
See.
amazing. I Spanner though. Without give
It's
me
just
give me a
you
couple levels.
mechanical
That'll
guys,
change.
that's
That'll
all.
change. Yeah.
yeah. I wait for
Boy.
Tanton to be like, oh, did I leave out that he has 50 armor points? God
Yeah.
damn it!
Although I like Spanner because Spanner can heal me. That's pretty kick ass. So yeah,
That's
I, got
true.
no, I have no complaints about that.
That's
whatsoever.
true.
I can heal you. I can heal you, but just not as
Effectively,
efficiently.
You're just not as efficiently. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
John is now Sod
Yeah.
Helfers. Yeah, exactly. Wow. So good stuff. Anything else, Trent, for Tanton? That, as you say, that is a very good thing that you received.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Flash of
have.
genius.
No, that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty kick ass.
Yep.
That's
I love
very
it.
much so.
I am excited to see how this happens,
Yeah.
how this plays out. All
Gotta
right.
switch my feet up. Yep.
Let us then move into, let's fire up here with, oh, nope, not that. We don't want that. We want this. Let's get rid of that. And let's turn that up a little bit.
I think it was last Saturday where George and several other voice actors and I were doing a radio play. And the character I was playing, since you mentioned you got to get your feet switched up, my character got shot with basically a kind of disintegrating ray, sort of fell apart into parts. And they put them all back together again and reformed him, but his feet were on backwards. So
I see. Well, let us talk a little bit, chat, about what happened in our last session at the end of the last word. In our last session, the King's Citadel had been sent on a mission of intrigue. They had been sent, in fact, to the city of Rote in an attempt to ward off or to stop a plot that could have plunged Braylon into war. And indeed, what they discovered was that there was a spy that had been sent, a Thrainish spy, in fact, which had been sent to attack, or to, I should say, assassinate a member of the Braylish contingent, which, as it turns out, was one of the King's Dark Lanterns, which is another special forces group, but different, obviously, from the King's Citadel. Clearly not as good. I mean, I'm sure we can all agree. But which was also working here in secret. And as it turned out, the reason, what the party discovered, that there had been this attempt was because the spy that they found from Thrain let them know that this particular Braelish spy had discovered information which could theoretically plunge everyone into war, that could basically plunge the kingdom into war if they were not stopped. Fortunately, though, for the party and for the ultimate health of the spy in question, the spy from Thrain had fallen in love with a member of the royal contingent, the mayor's daughter, there in Rote. And so the party decided, after serious discussion, to allow and help the lovers to escape, to not kill off the spy, but also, of course, to prevent the spy from fulfilling their mission. They were able to persuade the lovers to run off together, thereby thwarting the plot. However, the information that was gathered made it clear that there had been some plot that was put into effect, that there had been some plot that was going to allow other groups to be able to attack Breland, and this could theoretically raise the drumbeat of war. And that's something which is something the party is going to have to deal with when they come back to it. But as we begin today, it is a few days later on, and the party, and right after the party is done talking to this particular person I'm going to discuss, the party can then do whatever they want. I'm just letting you know about the opening section of this. Think of this as the opening to Mission Impossible, basically, where they're hearing about the sort of aftermath of what has just been discovered. And that is that they have been summoned to Layrith Hall to meet with Flamewind, who has been their one of their contacts since they've arrived in Sharn, the City of Towers. Flamewind is a Gynosphinx who has great knowledge of the Draconic prophecy, and those who have been watching this campaign for a while will remember that the Oracle of War, a very powerful artifact, has on occasion spit out lines of the Draconic prophecy, apparently at random, and it was that line of the Draconic prophecy that led them ultimately to get to the city of Rote and to be able to undercut the spy that had gone there. And so, apparently relating to this, the Gynosphinx Flamewind has asked them to return. And so, as we are beginning the session today, the party is just arriving for that meeting. Now, I will say, as I say, I'm going to have this meeting and then the party can do whatever they want, but I will allow the party, if there's any like quick preparatory stuff that they would have done over the last couple of days, they can let me know. You will have a chance again to do things afterwards, but I'm just asking if there's anything you wanted to know before, like meeting up with Flamewind or anything like that, you can tell me now if that is the case, if there was anyone like that.
Could I have found us a place better than where we were staying?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You could if you wish. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, we're not in that place where... Wait, where are we actually located?
You are, if I'm not mistaken, in the Golden Horn, I believe it is.
Okay, then never mind. We actually like the Golden Horn.
Yeah, I thought you did.
My last memory was the fact that we were in this hovel that was kind of terrible.
Yeah, oh no, yeah, that was when you were in Rote, but you're now back in Sharn, so you're back to the Golden Horn, okay. So I think they're a little bit better. Anyone else have anything else they wanted to do prior to meeting with Flamewind? As I say, afterwards you can also do what you like, but
did we debrief with what's his face?
With Hilar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, somewhat. In terms of what had actually happened. That is something which I'll talk about after Flamewind. Basically, the Hilar, one of the things you're going to do at some point after Flamewind, once you're done doing whatever you folks would like to do, is Hilar has asked to meet with you, but wants to do so after the Flamewind discussion because it'll sort of tie into what his suggestions or whatever.
All right, and I'm good.
Thoughts from anyone else or people okay? Okay, so being that the case then, as I said, you've been summoned to the offices of Flamewind. And as you arrive at the university, Upper Memphis, on a gray, humid afternoon, it is raining in the City of Towers, and the lights of the district bloom through the raindrops. As you enter Layrith Hall, you notice that the hall itself has now largely been rebuilt. Those of you watching the campaign for a while will remember that there was kind of a big attack which happened not that long ago in Layrith Hall, as a Rakshasa and several others attacked the hall, but that has been largely rebuilt now. And as you arrive, the faculty leads you up into Lareth Hall. I do want to note, though, as you are going into the hall, that you have noticed a bit of an increased military presence around the city. There are some more Brailish soldiers that you notice, just sort of stepped up patrols. And you all also notice that there is a nearby elemental warship, which is known as the Ravager, docked at a nearby tower that is taking on troops and supplies. You wonder whether or not this may or may not be related to some of the warnings about plots and things like that. You may remember that one of the things that the spy told you is if the Brailish spy survived, the Brailish spy was going to report to her superiors about this information they had found out. They have been able to do so because you saved her. And so it's possible that that may have affected military preparedness. It's not overwhelming yet, but it is something that you note as being somewhat unusual. And so the faculty checks your papers, brings you up to the room with Flamewind, who is, as per usual, lounging behind a desk. It is scattered with maps and parchments, and her black leonine body is marked with orange stripes. Her mane is braided, and she scrutinizes you with golden eyes and looks at you seriously and says, "Greetings. The fates have conspired to draw us together once again." Hey, what's up, Rock God? There's always a new timeline bit of information. Interesting trivia point, Rock God. Good to see you. So yes, so you are here facing Flamewind, and Flamewind nods and with one paw pushes a piece of paper across her desk to you.
I will grab it
Okay.
with a sigh.
With a sigh. It's another
Please don't
one
tell
of
me
the-
we have detention again.
Yes. Let's make sure that I got the... Nope, that's not the right one.
Ooh, are you giving us a handout?
I am giving you a
Yeah.
handout. I just need
I
to
love
remember
handout.
what the hell I called the handout. Let's see.
Although I suppose technically it was only Nisiana and I who went to detention. The two of you didn't go.
Was the blind date detention?
Yeah, that's the name of the place where we went.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Let's see. Oh, okay. That's why. All right. Maybe that's... no, that's the wrong one. Okay, so I had like multiple things. So let me just quickly post this up here. I have multiple different versions of this, which is why I was making sure that I had the right one. So now I have it. And I'm going to place this in your journals in just a moment. There we go. All players, save changes, and show to players. Okay, now you should be able to see it, I believe, and I'm going to move us over to the map. Wait, would one of you find people like to read in particular? There are a couple of notes here. I'll actually have one of you read this in a minute. I do want to note very quickly, Nisiana, that the bottom article that's listed there, which talks about this plague in New Sire, is something you were aware about. It is the healers have been dispatched in record peacetime numbers to respond to an outbreak of plague in New Sire.
Okay.
And King Borinel has not sent financial aid, but has sent healers to try to respond to this outbreak. Nothing significant at the moment except to say that because you were not summoned for this, but you were aware that this is something which is affecting your house. So just... something to keep in mind. That said, though, the real thing apparently appears to be this thing about sky blue. And I wonder if one of you fine folks would be kind enough to read that to me.
Let me get this straight. Did Flamewind come here to deliver us the newspaper?
Well, that's not the only thing.
Yeah, this is kind of funny. You need to read this. Like, what?
Yeah, what?
Just wanted you to see this.
Are there any volunteers to read the Sky Blue
I
Seals
can
again?
read Sky Blue as I prepared with Blue Nels, so I feel
Dirk.
like it's thematic.
Kismet. Yep.
Sky Blue steals again. Authorities have been caught with their pants down after yet another brazen robbery by the thief Sky Blue. This notorious aerial crook has made a name for herself, stealing from the city's wealthiest citizen, and has evaded the Sharn Watch repeatedly despite numerous chases. This time, the thief stole a string of pearls from the neck of Lady Imris Istarn while she was sailing from Brilliant aboard a registered sky coach. It was ghastly, spoke the noble after the incident. A filthy pauper dressed in leather rags who snatched my pearls and tossed them to a talking seagull. Rumors that Sky Blue distributes her wealth to the city's poor have yet to be proven, but the thief has certainly become something of a folk hero to the servants of the upper city. The Sharn Watch are appealing for witnesses.
Now, some of you may remember that this is not the first time that you've read newspaper articles referring to the appearance of some thief. Presumably, this is the same one. So you may have heard of this before. And as you've sort of finished reading it, Flamewind sort of regards you seriously with her calm eyes and then says, "Have you heard anything about this thief in the past?"
Not me.
There was another incident involving them that was made the papers. Larry thinks for a bit last week, I believe.
Yeah, and nobody gets injured, just steals jewelry.
It is true. And yet this, I deem, is tied in to the same verse we have been trying to decipher of the Draconic prophecy. Do you recall what the verse was?
Hold on.
Yes.
Is this the one about, when dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a bolt of steel. Two nations prepare for war as all eyes turn to Sky Blue.
Oh, so the papers are pointing to Sky Blue. That means the nations are preparing for war. Oh, that's not good.
She nods. You may have noticed already some of these preparations are beginning. Your work in Rote was admirable, but it may make no difference in warding off the war that may be to come. And although I know the kingdom has employed you to its best purpose, there is nothing which can stop the Draconic prophecy from being fulfilled. We, though, do not know exactly the meaning or the purpose of the Draconic prophecy, and yet I am convinced that this must be tied to it. Dark lanterns flickering in the light of the silver torch. You yourselves discovered the impact of that when you managed to thwart the attack on the spy from the king's dark lanterns, and you rode on a bolt of steel, the train, the lightning rail to get to Rote in the first place. All of it makes sense, and so I must believe that Sky Blue as well is somehow tied into this. There is a pivotal role that Sky Blue must play, and war must be brewing between Brayland and Thrain. I deem this must all hinge, then, on Sky Blue.
So does that mean we stop her or we help her?
And as per usual, Flamewind sort of looks in your direction, nods slowly, and says nothing, which is usually the, like sort of like, I wonder that too. And waits and then says, "It is an excellent question, Mia Tantan de Cannith.
I asked it.
And I cannot say. It is possible that had you acted differently, the prophecy itself might have played out differently in Rote. Yet you did what you did, and it seems rightly so. Therefore I cannot know whether you must stop or aid this Sky Blue. All we can know is that we must not operate in the dark. There is more knowledge that must be helpful to us. And there, I hope I have not been idle." And she pushes across another piece of paper, and this one looks quite old. And in fact, you can even see the sort of yellowish tinge of the paper. The top of it is curled up slightly, and she pushes it over gently. And you almost see, I would say probably all of you, as you're looking, that there may have been like a little fleck of yellowed paper which drops off just by the moving across like the table. And she says, "This may be of interest to you as well. It is a new verse from the Draconic Prophecy. I discovered it over the last several days, pondering how it might be tied together."
New verse on old paper? Doesn't make any sense.
And she said, "Well, it is a new verse to me, though of course not new to the prophecy." And she says, "And I must say, I wonder if I am associated with it." And she kind of looks down at the paper and then looks back up at you, Tant, and seems to be inviting you to read it out loud if you wish, but just sort of is like,
Oh, shit.
and I'll just read it because I don't have a handout for this one, unfortunately.
Good.
So it just reads, "When the eyes of the Sphinx turn to the sky, the robber steps from her crimson tower in the clouds."
Turn from the sky or to the sky?
To the sky. When the eyes of the Sphinx turn to the sky, the robber steps from her crimson tower in the clouds.
Okay.
And then so after you've had a chance to read that out, Tent, and then she kind of looks at you and is like, "Do you have any thoughts about what this
Yes.
might mean?"
Yes, what is that?
And she looks up.
Aha! Nothing happened.
Suddenly you see a crimson tower. Crap, no.
Shit!
I'm sorry, okay? No, but she asks you what you, and then like by extension all of you, if you have any thoughts about what this could mean.
Well, some of Sharn is like the Skyway area is in clouds, isn't it? Isn't it high enough to be?
Mm-hmm.
So is there a Crimson Tower up there? Just throwing it out there just in case.
That was going to be my question.
Right. Like,
Why don't I have you make, please, a history check for me?
oh.
And
yes.
this is Sharn specific, actually. So, yeah.
Do I make that an advantage because I've been in Sharn so long?
I would say not at advantage, but I would give you a +3 to this roll. And actually,
That's
anyone
nice.
else? Were any of you been in Sharn a long time? I mean,
Yeah,
before
I was
this.
born and raised here.
That's what I thought. So, Tanton, you could do the same thing, and I think that's why she was looking at you in the first place.
That's what I was going to say is, can I help her and thereby give her advantage?
So I
No,
get the
but you can make
+1.
your own history check, and I'll give that to you at advantage, Tanton. I think you've probably been there long enough that you would be able to do that at advantage. And Mermaid, that was a 10 total, or was it a...
It's 10 plus 3 plus
So-
1 for my Jack
so
of all trades, so
14.
it's 14.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll come back to that.
18.
Okay. So I'll start with Merame. You do feel like you have seen crimson, specifically red bricked towers in the clouds, although you're not sure what the implications of that would be. But you have seen those before in Sharn. You, Tanton, though, do know about this, and part of it is that you were once asked to consult on the building of one of them. And here's why. There are magical airship landing beacons in Skyway. Remember that Sharn, and this is one of the reasons that I have the cutaway map up for all of you in chat and for the players, Sharn is composed, of course, of these levels, right? You have the lower city, the middle city, the upper city, and Skyway. And in Skyway, you have
others.
these... say again?
2 other levels as well.
Well, down below, you have I'm sorry. You also have the cogs and the lava pools down below. I'm talking about in the city itself, but yes, you're quite right. So in Skyway, though, you have got these towers, which are basically beacons, because first of all, you have a lot of these things that fly in and among the towers that are not just airships coming to Sharn, but as you know, one of the major ways to get to Sharn is not just the lightning rails, but also by airship to be able to actually travel there directly. And so there are beacons that need to be placed up there because crashing into towers is very bad for business, and would not be a good way, especially in the evenings, for airships to arrive. So there are these crimson towers which have been built. Now, here's the thing to remember that you know, Tanton. These landing beacons were very complicated to put together. They are magical in nature, but the construction of them is a very closely guarded secret. Because if one were to somehow discover how those landing beacons were constructed, they could theoretically reverse engineer them and either shut them down or, to jump out of a game for a minute, imagine a runway with lights in which someone figures out how to put the lights to like the left of the actual runway, right? And imagine what it'd be like then if a plane's landing. So they
It's
could
Die Hard 2 all over again.
Exactly. So they could no, pull up. So like literally they could basically sabotage it so that airships would crash into towers. So this was one of the things that when you consulted, they were like, if you ever reveal this ever, we will just come and like, horrible consequences. Like this was one of the most closely guarded secrets. So if this is what they're talking about, and you didn't build them like extensively, but you consulted on them, that's serious business. So she basically says this thing about the Crimson Towers and then kind of looks at you expectantly.
Yes. Not something I can really comment on, unfortunately.
And
but I do know of them.
And she nods and she says, "It is then fair to say that they are important?"
Shall we say, great significance. Catastrophically important significance, potentially, yes.
And she nods and she says, "And this, I think, is the problem. If it is true that this tower or towers of great significance are involved, then something very significant for Brayland and for Sharn will be involved in what happens next. All of this means that Sky Blue must somehow be found. I cannot say whether or not Sky Blue is doing something of great danger or great worth, but either way, there is no question she is involved in the prophecy. And I would ask that you find her. Bring her here to Lareth Hall, and perhaps we can gain more information on what she seeks, what she intends to do, and perhaps what must happen next. I will say that the city officials, from what I understand, have their own reasons for tracking down this person. This is of little concern to me. The Draconic prophecy is far more important than worldly concerns, but I imagine you can figure out ways to get around the guards." Which is kind of funny because it's like, oh yeah, I'm sure you can figure out how to get the guards not to give a damn about this person that they want. But so.
We just have to make sure they're not involved when we capture her. That's all. If they don't know about it, they have nothing to worry about. It's all good.
Maybe we can make friends with Sky Blue.
You may find her near one of these Crimson Towers if the prophecy is true and my interpretation of it is correct. That might be a good place to begin searching.
I don't imagine that these very important towers are just open for anybody to wander in or around or through.
As always, Nisiana, you have cut to the heart of the matter, and therefore I have prepared some assistance. And she gets out from behind her desk, and she walks over to this, what looks like essentially you may remember that her room is filled with there's books all along the walls and all that stuff, but there's also the desk, and then there's basically several marked places on the floor, one of which looks almost like a sun that's directly under the window that kind of was smashed through when the Rakshasa were, and all that stuff. And so she sort of moves over to the sun, onto one side of it, actually. And then she lifts out a paw, and she kind of indicates the sun, and she says, "Perhaps if all of you would step into this circle, I can give you greater understanding of what comes next. And then she sort of sits on her haunches and waits.
If I were playing any other character, I'd be like, wait, what? What are you about to do? But Nisiana's like, okay, hands on over. She
I
just
will
like-
follow.
It's the brightest orb of annihilation I've ever seen. Wow.
Right, that's right.
No, it's like
Here's what comes
any other
next.
character, I'd be like, what is it? Is it magical? Are you teleporting us? What are you doing?
But
What are
tell
you
us what you're doing. Yeah.
Nisiana's like, okay, sure.
Teleport us into the sun. All right.
I will
thank you.
follow my sister. If she's going, I'm going.
Tantin, Ilarion.
Yeah, I'll join them. Flamewind has been nothing but open with us, so I
Oh.
can't imagine it's instant disintegration. That'd be a surprise.
Now,
Surprise.
when you get on the sun, she looks up to the sky, and suddenly the roof begins to open. Not smash the way it was before, but literally open. And the circle on which you're standing makes a slight hoot, and the entire platform rises out of the floor. And you head up into the gray light of the sky above you, with her on one side of it and the rest of you, sort of waiting as you're all sort of looking up as the visual, right, as the thing rises up. And when you are above the level of the roof, you get up above, and there's this moment where you all feel like the wind kind of flowing through. It is a long way down. Just be clear, right? But there's also wind kind of blowing up there, and you can see the wind kind of ruffling through Flamewind's mane. And she says, "This is one of my favorite sights in the city, but I can only see so many things, as can you, at least until now." And she kind of turns her head, and suddenly you are aware, almost sort of without even realizing what it is, something pulls up next to you, Nisiana, and looking down, you see what looks essentially like a floating, hovering sled. It is a soar sled, and I happen to have a description, I believe, of this soar sled for all of you. There are 3 other ones that pop over as well, so there's 4 total.
In the library.
Let's see. What?
We used them in the library.
Yes, that's right.
I didn't. So I have no idea how to use this, but I am excited.
Okay, so I'm going to show this to the players right now. Okay, so a soar sled is a 3-foot diameter. It's a crystalline disc, except this is actually a little bit more advanced than that because it's got a railing around it. But it is crackling with energy, and it's capable of rapid flight. Within the city limits of Sharn, you can stand on the disc and speak a command word. It hovers beneath you, allowing you to ride it in the air. It has a flying speed of 90 feet, and it stops hovering when you land. It can carry up to 600 pounds. It can work beyond Sharn, but it's limited because a lot of what it works on is basically natural energy flows below the city of Sharn itself, coming all the way from the lava pools and literally flowing upwards, channeled through things like, he said to Tantin, the Crimson Towers that I mentioned, which kind of almost act as antenna, or like jumping out of game, cell phone towers, right, to expand the signal. And so when you hover on these things, outside of Sharn, they don't last for very long, but they definitely last right here. So, sorry, I got this one word I have to fix. Well, one second. I'm going to go here for just a moment. Why is it doing that? I have a thing that it's... Okay, I'm going to reload for just a moment. I beg your pardon. There's like a tab that was open that wouldn't close. So just bear with me 1 second. Okay.
That's why nobody drinks that stuff anymore.
Okay.
It's just gross.
it is just gross. Okay, sorry, that's better. Okay. So we've got she's got this these things which are just hovering by you, and she points down to them, and she says, "It will be difficult to be able to reach the top of the Crimson Towers, as you pointed out, Nisiana, alone. And so, I have given you this. These are soar sleds, and these will allow you to essentially move almost at will through the city of Sharn. However, there is some training that must be done to use them. And so I thought we could engage, if you wish, in a bit of a test.
Yes.
I get to try something new.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
So she go ahead, Ilarion. Yeah, she sort of waits and looks.
I exceed the weight capacity of one of these.
Not when you're hovering, you don't.
You don't think so? Okay.
Nope. Not
All
when
right.
you're hovering, you don't.
right.
You would normally, but your hovering allows the weight limit to be, restricted. If you were actually like a Colossus at 8'2" and not hovering, then this would be a problem. You'd be like,
Okay.
all right, let me do, It's like
yeah,
you'll
pretty
fall
much.
right
That's what I
down.
was a little concerned about. Yes.
Yeah,
indeed.
exactly.
Okay.
But his
All
hit
right.
points aren't high enough to take that.
Armor, don't fail me now.
Exactly.
Anyway.
I'll heal on the way down. Yeah. All right. Good. I was like, I'm 20 pounds over. All right. That's fine.
Yeah, no, you're okay. That's why the
Mhm.
hovering allows you
Okay.
to do that.
All right.
So, yeah. Now, I don't actually know. Now that I think of it, though, I am wondering a little bit, Tanton, about you plus Spanner. I don't know how heavy Spanner is. Yeah, I'm not sure. There is just room. It's not very large. I mean, it's 3 foot diameter. It's slightly larger, but it's about 3.5 feet basically. So there may not even be a lot of room on there for you and Spanner, but there might be enough for you both to fit if you want. Anyway.
A Spanner can go with me. I can just ride the back of Spanner, and unless there's, I mean, how do we drive these things?
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Can't ride on the back of Spanner. You can ride next to it, but you need to actually be gripping the rail. And I'll explain how that works in a minute. But yeah, you have to be holding the rail of this thing to get it to go.
So how many of these are there?
4. One for
Okay, one for
you.
each of us. Okay, just checking. Okay, yeah, because 3 foot diameter is not very big.
Yeah, no. There's one for each of you.
Yep.
Well,
Okay,
that's actually
fantastic.
quite small.
You also know, by the way, that source sleds are relatively rare. They're not unseen, but they're relatively rare. There are some ones that occasionally are used that are illegal, and whenever they are found, they are immediately tracked down and brought down because they are obviously very potentially disruptive and dangerous. And the ones that are legal are used for specific official purposes. So it's a little, seeing 4 of them at once just sort of here for you to use is unusual. You can tell me actually if any of you have ever used source sleds, but it wouldn't have been a lot regardless. So have any
I'm
of you
gonna
used
say
them?
no, not for Valerian. No.
I drove the hover thing that.
That's true. Much lower, but yes, it was a version of that. Marimé or Tanton, would you have used it or not?
Yeah, Tanton would have.
Okay.
I wouldn't have.
Tanton, do you remember what your experience was with it? Like, we were like,
Well,
this is great, or
The first time it was fun. The second time Tanton it was not a good night. He was maybe had imbibed a little bit too much, and so thinking things like, okay, I need to go up, not down, and so and I want to go left, not right, and so yeah, it's just thoughts were less than focused, and so it's part of the reason why he doesn't really drink that much anymore.
Interesting. So yeah, and that idea of thoughts actually is important. As Flamewind instructs you, what you need to do is actually hold the rails, and then essentially, I'm sorry to keep jumping at a game, but it's just so easy to describe it this way. Has anyone ever ridden a Segway? Like been on a Segway? So a Segway, basically you kind of lean in the direction you want to go, and it's almost like it picks up your body motion. So as you lean left and right, it goes in that direction, which means that it can cut very fine angles. And if if basically there's not really a big safety mechanism on these. If you just are like, and you kind of lean your body right, it'll bank right. And now it won't completely just like lose control, but you could theoretically bank almost like, so that you're parallel with the ground. And if you then fall off holding the rail, then that's what it is. Whenever you let go of the rail, it is designed to immediately come back to level, but that may not involve you on it when it's done. So holding onto the rail is the key. They're meant to be quite fast and extremely maneuverable because they're supposed to be individual things. They're sometimes used as escorts for airships, actually, when airships are coming in and they're like, nobility are riding on them. Sometimes they have guards specially trained on source sleds, because anyone who tries to attack them like a source sled can like get down there very quickly and like take out the threat and whatever. So that's often what they're used for. And as I say, they can be very fast. So as you're sort of looking at these source sleds and everything, she says, I had thought that perhaps the best way to make sure we know how to work these is to put together a bit of a brief contest. I would ask each of you to circle the 5 spires of Moorgrave University, and then come back here. Whoever arrives back first, I will provide a special boon for what happens next. And fear not, this is not a competition for the sake of it. It's an attempt to give you an understanding of what you might face. If this sky blue is as daring as reports suggest in the newspapers and elsewhere, you will need to know how to use these sleds to track her down when needed. And you all know the 5 spires, by the way, are named after the 5 nations of Corvair. So there's Aundair Tower, there's Braylon Tower, there's Sire Tower, Carnath Carnath Tower, and Thrain Tower. So those are the 5 towers.
So we have to go around them?
Yeah. Basically circle each of the 5 spires and arrive back at the dome of Lareth Hall first.
Okay.
So, okay. There's got to be, in a city like Sharn, there has got to be some kind of series of rules about flying things that can turn into bombs if you do it badly. So
there definitely is. Apparently, she is not paying attention to said rules. She's like, literally above them, in fact.
I'm like, well, she may be, but we could get pulled over by whatever version of the guard gets cranky about people who don't know what they're doing, breaking all air rules to go fly around the really important towers.
And so she kind of, assuming you say that to her directly, she sort of nods impassively and then says, it is possible that the city officials may be somewhat concerned, but my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you operate with the rules set for you and by your immediate superior, not by the rules of the city guard of Sharn. And in fact, I imagine the city guard would prefer that they be the ones to track down this sky blue. But I imagine we have other purposes for her than they do.
Come on, Nisiana, you know you're dying to try one of these
but,
out.
I'm also
we won't get caught.
I look at it, I'm like, yeah, we're not exactly subtle. But you know what? If we can outrun them and get back here,
that's the spirit.
Tell them to go away.
This will be fun.
I am just kind of concerned in the fact that I may, go the wrong way on the lane.
I don't think there's lanes around the towers.
You fly on the right. You fly on the right.
Yeah, you're good. Just don't crash into anything.
Exactly.
Oh,
Is there me a Tintin?
What?
Like fly on the right versus fly on the left?
No, we will most certainly be the only ones up there.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you're thinking like there's traffic. No, these things are rare.
Yeah.
All of the source sleds on the university campus are inside the library, pretty much. We will be the only ones up here.
Oh.
Especially this high.
So again, we will stand out like a sore thumb.
That's true.
But we'll be fast. Yeah.
And very tiny at distance.
Will Spanner be able to stay on? Will he slide?
No. I mean, I suspect he can stay here on the pedestal with Flamewind, but I think if I'm going to take him with me, I will have to disassemble him first, put him in the bag of holding, get where we're going, and then take him out and reassemble him again, which is going to take a little bit of time.
Guess we can leave him here for this.
For this portion, yes.
Okay.
Now, while you're using these things, it's important to remember that confidence in what you're trying to do is very important. Just will it to go in a given direction, and it will not necessarily read your thought, but it will read your intent. So just stay focused on what you're doing and try to have a little bit of fun while you're doing it. That will certainly help you maintain focus. Perhaps between the two of you, pointing at Merime and Nisiana, a little playful competition between the two of you might help.
I drove the hover car. She didn't.
Well,
Yeah, she's got the head.
That sounds like confidence to me.
And not only that, but Nisiana naturally is an inspired soul, because I have seen the things she can drive when she sets her mind to it, and you get 1d8 of inspiration, Nisiana.
I was just imagining this image of you just of Tanton being like, flash of genius, flash of genius, flash of genius. It's just like, whoa, 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 you know.
No, to the right, to the right.
To the right.
Why isn't it working? Because you're 80 feet away from me!
Yeah, exactly, it's true. Yeah, this is a steeplechase, y'all.
Oh my lord.
Merime excitedly walks towards one of them and says, let's go. Your inspiration lasts only 10
Let's go.
minutes, Nisiana.
All right.
Use it or lose it.
Now, so far I've heard things from everybody except Alarian, and I'm curious about where Alarian's at on this.
Oh, once they realize they can actually step onto the thing, yeah, they're all on board.
Okay. And
Literally.
You hear crystal cracking.
Yeah. Well, you do notice, Alarian, it does bob a little bit.
Yep.
You know. So the way that there is a mechanical thing that this is going to work, and what we're going to do is we will roll initiative when this chase begins. And each of you in the chase can take one action and move on your turn, very similar to the way we would normally. And the chase ends when you return to Lareth Hall. On each of your turns, you can spend your action to attempt to dash, and that requires either an acrobatics check or a dexterity check using the air vehicles, which is represent basically pushing your vehicle to the limit. On a success, you circle around the spire ahead of you and you move on to the next. If you fail that check or you take another action instead, then you can't dash that turn. But the cool part of this, in addition to the dashing, is that at the end of each of your turns, you must roll on what is called, I kid you not, the steeplechase complications table. And any complication rolls affects the next pilot in the initiative order.
Nice.
Whoever is the first
dear.
to succeed on 6 checks wins the steeplechase.
Oh my gosh.
I told you this was different. Did I not tell you this was different?
Checks, jeez, man. And
Don't
dexterity
remind me
based,
how
you're killing me
inspiration
here.
works.
I'm sorry, say again, Nisiana, what?
Remind me how the inspiration she gave me works.
You can do 1d8 on a skill check. You can add it on that.
Just one skill check. Okay.
Just one,
After
yeah.
the fact?
After the fact, you decide once you've rolled your skill check, but before you know whether it works or not, you decide if you're going to use your inspiration then.
And it's either an athletics.
Acrobatics, I wish it was
Acrobatics
athletics.
or dexterity.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yep.
same diff for me.
Yeah, really.
Oh, I'm good at acrobatics. I'll probably roll ones all the way.
Yes, but if you stay
Alright.
within 30 feet of me, I will be leaving you.
That's true. It's the
Alright.
magic.
I do not expect to win this. Okay.
Watch him be the one who actually wins this.
Just going away. Just
He'll
dominant.
be Spanner because none of us will actually make it back. We'll all be stuck on different spires.
Exactly. Let's see. I'm just testing the music for this.
Oh,
Let me see.
wonderful.
Please tell me it's Saber
No.
Dance.
I was tempted to do this,
Speed
but it was
Racer.
like
Something from Speed Racer.
no. It was I was very tempted to do that too. No, that's Zombie Chase. Let's see. No.
Saber Dance would be really good for this.
No, I don't like that.
You don't like Saber Dance? You heathen. I watched Circus of
It's
the
a French
Stars while they're
paraphrase.
spinning.
Yeah. That's true. Actually, that's true. No, I don't like that either. All right.
Or the Benny Hill theme would be good too. So.
Yeah, I can
No.
use
Well,
that.
there was one of the
Yes,
things I was just
yes.
playing that I was just trying was this, you know, da 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 da, you know,
There you go.
like
A very around the world in 80 days kind of thing.
yes, exactly. But let's
What is
see.
it? What is that one?
I don't know the name of that one, but I know which one you're referring to.
I have to do this. This is perfect. All right, I'm gonna bring this in, and then you're gonna hear what I chose.
Oh dear.
So I'm thinking this right here.
I assume I'm gonna hear, but I have all the volume
That's
turned
what
up.
I'm wondering.
I can hear cars.
Oh. It's playing. Maybe. Yes.
Okay, and
Why am I not hearing it?
there we go. It's very Interstate 76. I know it's not. It's not, you know, totally steeplechase, but it's pretty close.
Very nice. Interstate 76 is what we're targeting. Perfect.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want for this because it's literally got the wah pedal and you know, that type of thing. Okay, so now that we've done that extremely important thing, now we can talk about doing this. So what I would like everybody to do, if you are all prepared, is I'm going to ask everybody to roll initiative for me, please.
Should we put our tokens down so we can tap?
Yes,
them
that would be
first, or-
a good idea.
Ah.
I have to figure out how to get.
Steeplechase.
Apparently, I'm very excited.
You are, as you should be.
Yeah.
I'm less excited, but I'm excited for you.
I am also
You're-
not very excited
You're
whatsoever.
like, is this actually going to hold me?
Yeah, I'm more concerned about it. Exactly.
You're just waiting as the thing is bobbing up and down to see what happens.
Pretty much.
Is this under warranty?
I don't get the music. I'm trying to figure out why that's not playing.
Yeah, I mean, it is playing now. It should be.
Yeah, I know. I can see it. It's going in.
Okay, so Mermaid's got 8, Alarian's got 3,
Why is it
Tantin's
showing-
got 9, but Nisiana is like, let's go with the 19.
You're like way ahead of us.
That is going to be great. I
Why
cannot
does
wait.
the turn order on the game on the Twitch show very wrongly what we've got?
It may be that when you put that back in there, it was still reflecting the last time that we used the turn order. It's sometimes not good at resetting.
Oh, okay. Because I was just like that. Mine is 19, but there it's showing 8. I was just like, that's so weird.
Yeah, my roll 20 is
Oh,
loading
you know,
right now. So
Yeah, mine just died.
I think
Yeah,
I know.
me
I think I
too.
know why. It
Okay.
is-
Oops, I put the wrong one in there. Okay, so let's get rid of that. There's 19. Okay, Alarian has got 3. God, this music is so great. Da, da,
All right,
da, da.
that's hilarious. This is like from Lupin or something.
It's
you know.
great. Oh man. Okay, Tantin with. No, wait, was that? Did I miss?
9. I didn't have my token on the board, so it didn't.
Okay.
So I just fixed it.
Right. Okay.
Well,
so let me
I'd
get rid
rather
of
have
that.
the low initiative this time instead of in combat, so I can't really complain.
All right, Merime, I put the number in wrong. You have 8, right?
yes.
Okay. So we've got Nisiana at 19, Tantin at 9, Merime at 8, Alarian at 3. All right. Oh my God, I'm in love with this music. It's perfect.
This is pretty great. Yeah, this is hilarious.
Okay. So here we go. So we're going to begin the chase. So Nisiana, you were up first. And those are the order, by the way, of the towers. Ondair is the closest, then Brayland, then Sire, then Karnath, and last Thrain, and then back to the top of Lareth Hall, where Flamewind and Spanner are waiting. And so, again, you can spend your action to attempt to dash, or you could theoretically do something else if you wanted to, like, I don't know, buff yourself with a spell or something like that. You could do that too. But dash is what gets you past the tower, basically.
I'm gonna dash because apparently I'm very excited.
Okay.
Woo!
I guess I'm doing dexterity because
Okay. You have acrobatics or just dex? It's fine.
I have
either way.
acrobatics, but I mean it's literally the same roll.
Okay.
So I can click acrobatics if you'd rather.
It is the same roll. So you're not proficient in acrobatics? Because I just
am
want to
not.
check. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, then it is the same. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Might as well just use acrobatics then.
Okay, well then I shall see what happens. I rolled an 8, and then I remember what my sister said. I'm gonna add my D8 on top.
Yes, that's a good time to use it.
Get an 8, get an 8, get an 8.
Chat, remember inspirations will work in this if you choose to use them. I can't wait for the end of the session, the end of the month, where my Mysterious Peaks
Oh,
crew is
yeah.
like,
Nice.
what happened to all the inspirations? They're like, well, someone was winning a steeplechase. Okay, so you do actually, Nisiana, like zip ahead. What is it like, Nisiana, as you're racing towards that first tower, by the way?
I imagine she has grabbed hold and she has just leaned forward, and she's got like wide teeth and her eyes are really squished shut because she doesn't have anything to protect her from that.
Tears are streaking back.
The guy in the back of the luck
She's
dragon.
just like,
Yeah! Like, you know,
like, yeah, yeah. Because, you know, she's very excited about the other thing. This is way better. Apparently, she's a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, which is very...
Good stuff,
I know.
Nisiana. Now I need you to roll a d20, and I'm going to tell you what happens on the steeplechase complication path.
Okay, D20. She rolled a 5.
A 5. This is going to affect Tanton. So, Nisiana, as you race by, you startle something on the rooftop. Now, I should point out, as you go around these towers, a lot of these towers have open windows, and some of them even have, like, railings on the outside. So, as you are sort of going by, you startle something. It looks like almost on the roof. You don't see what it is, but Tanton sure does. Because, Tanton, as you're going by, you see a large, clearly startled, orange tabby cat run along the rooftop and leaps towards your soar sled. So the question is, are you going to allow it to land on the sled or not? Because you could
Yes,
theoretically...
Of course I am.
Okay, so here's what happens. It lands on your sled. That's fine. What's not fine is then it flips the frick out. It's just a wow, and it's like running around. So what happens is that this means that you have disadvantage on all ability checks until you take an action either to kick it off the sled or take a turn out to land and release it.
Not what I was planning to do.
Didn't think so.
I mean, neither of those options is what I was going to do.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, listen, I'll be happy to take alternatives. It is your turn. So what do you want to do?
Tanton understands how his magic works, so his first thing is to just grab the cat and put it in the bag of holding.
All right.
Got 10 minutes.
We will. I was going to say,
Exactly,
yeah.
that's 10
basically.
minutes and
Let's have you make. I'm going to have you make a dexterity check to grab the cat, which is, as I said, flipping the hell out. You're also trying. You're like leaning back with like one hand to grab the cat while like
at hyper disadvantage because we've all dealt with
Yeah.
cats when they're
Oh my god.
That's right. So it is disadvantage right now.
It is just a whirling mass of blades
Yeah,
with
exactly.
some
Yeah,
very
You're like, no. What? I just had to enchant it. No, it's fine. It just relax. You know.
Imagine if the glaive from Krull was a Christmas ornament and you're just trying to grab it and get your hand in there somehow. No, not gonna happen.
Oh, Rudno wants to know if you could use the cat as a projectile at anyone chasing you.
I'm not gonna try to kill my friends yet. I mean,
Yet.
On purpose.
Message for you, sir.
Wow!
So it slashes at you. I'm going to say that it slashes you
are
for
you- is
a
it-
point of damage, Tanton.
I don't even want.
You don't care if you're within 30 feet
I
of me?
love this. I think this is beautiful.
Okay, never. All right.
You take 1 point of damage, immediately are inflicted with 7 cat diseases. No, that doesn't happen. But you do get a point of damage. It is not happy about everything. So you attempt to do that. That was your action as you move straight ahead. But I assume now, are you moving towards an area where you could let it off, or are you still going to keep like heading towards the tower?
Well, he's not really interested in winning this this thing which the Sphinx said was not a competition. Bullshit.
Yeah. Well, no, they said it was a competition, but not like it wasn't like
cutthroat, win at all costs
right.
kind of
That's what
thing.
she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, she admitted it was a competition, but just not a serious one, a major one. Look,
So
take it up with Flamewind.
Okay. No, he'll.
He's like, I will.
I mean, I would take the cat back and
Probably
This is
just
your
looks at
fault.
Flamewind and is just like settles down immediately. Like,
right.
you know,
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what would happen.
yeah.
No, he'll take it back and drop it off.
Okay, so as you're sort of banking around, I need you to roll on the steeplechase complication chart, please.
So if we keep hitting a 5, there's like we just keep getting
Multiple cats.
cats.
I'm really hoping
Bird,
so.
Echidna, stuff like that.
At least in this case, you're not actually accidentally kidnapping somebody's cat.
Yeah, exactly. Whoops.
You hope.
There is no complication on a 14, so you're able to turn around, sort of bank in the air. And the next person up, which is, I believe, Marame, you have this kind of confused sight of Tantin going the other way, and there's like some whirling orange thing behind him on the sled. You don't really know what that is.
Do you.
So what are you doing, Marame, on your turn?
I'm going to dash. I'm going to follow along, whooping away
Okay.
in my sister's wake. So I roll acrobatic.
Yes, that if you have it, yes.
Roll well.
Well, maybe you're distracted by the cat. I mean, what does that look like as you're like trying to dash?
I like looking sideways. What are you doing? Wow.
Damn.
So not so much. So
At least this is not like a combat. But are these things gonna let anybody drop?
you have not been like thrown yet. We'll see what happens
Okay.
with the complications.
Am
but
I still within 30 feet of my sister, or she's gone? Isn't she?
at the moment you're not.
No,
she
I'm
is
not
ahead
gonna
of you.
be.
Yeah.
Woo, go Nisiana! Whoa!
Marame, you are heading though still towards the tower, I assume. Like you're, okay. So I need you to make, please, a roll on the steeplechase complication. Just a d20 for me.
Okie dokie. I'm sorry if I end up throwing you somewhere, Alarian.
We have 10, I think. Okay, no complication. So you just continue to soar along in that direction. And that's
Sweet.
going to bring us
Okay.
up to Alarian as you soar ahead. You can see your compatriots. Nisiana is just blown ahead. Tantin is apparently going the other direction, and Marame seems distracted briefly.
Woo!
All right. I mean, so as the last one to step on, and as you said, as it did dip a bit, Ilarian's being very cautious. I mean, it's almost like Grandpa Simpson. If there was a blinker to the right, would be going. But after seeing the rest of them, like, well, they're all seem to be surviving, so they're gonna try to dash as well.
All right.
'cause why the hell not? Great
That's
decks.
the spirit.
Yeah. Besides, I think I'm due.
Mm-hmm.
Not that much, yeah, but it wasn't a 1, so there you go.
Amazing. Yeah, so you're just like, I can do this.
Yeah.
Why?
Emberwind right now.
Forward, animal,
glad.
forward. Not so much, Alarian. Are you still heading, though, towards the tower, I assume?
Well, yeah, assuming there's nothing that's going to fly out in the middle or whatever, yeah. I'll
Well,
go
let's
ahead forward,
find out.
Just putt, putt, putt.
How about you roll on that complications chart for
Well,
me?
the way this is going, something's going to pop up.
I was wondering when
exactly.
Helmo was going to pop up in chat. Exactly right, Arudino. This is fine.
All right, we're just going to do a d20. That is a low. I thought there was something like a 10 and above. That's kind of crazy that there's nothing going on. 14.
Yeah, no, you're fine. No complication as you continue to try to
You're
forge
welcome,
ahead.
Jen.
Nisiana, you are ahead of the field. What do you want to do on your turn?
Woohoo! I am gonna keep dashing.
Let's see it happen.
Do it.
Okay.
Oh man, the trumpets. Da-da-da-da-da. Dramatically.
Oh, the music stopped.
They shouldn't be.
It's
Mine
still
are-
one for me.
I did 14.
Complete
14.
with squeal noises.
So you surge ahead and you swirl around or spin around the Brayland Tower as you move forward. I would like you to roll on the complications chart for me, please.
I feel terrible.
No, don't go. It's all good. We're having a
Welp.
great time. Oh!
Another cat.
So
its mate comes
So-
out after you.
No,
looking
so
for
Tantin
revenge.
is going back the other way, and suddenly, like another cat leaps towards the sled. So Tantin, you can either, I don't know what you want to do, like grab the other cat, bank out of the way, throw the one cat you have at the cat that's coming. Like, what do you want to do?
Throw the cat I have at the cat.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not the deadly discs of Tron.
It's the Tron Deadly Cats.
Tron, Feline Edition.
No, I am now here for the future visual of a sword sled that has something vaguely human shaped that is just an undulating mass of fur and claws as Tantin gets cat after cat after cat after cat after cat piling on it. I absolutely must catch this cat and save him and take him back.
All right. You are super disadvantaged as you're moving along. But the good news is it's your turn, Tantin. You can head over. Now, you actually were only a turn out, so you probably are about a turn away from getting back to Flamewind where the platform is. And assuming you're going to just sort of pull to a stop, will you tell me what you're going to do? Because you're heading right towards that platform.
Well, he's heading back to where the cats came from. So he can
Oh,
drop
I'm
them
sorry.
off.
Okay. So, well, that's even better. Okay, so you're swinging around. So you do kind of pull up next to this railing where the first cat was. So I'm going to let you make a dexterity check to grab the first cat and throw it onto the railing. This will be a disadvantage unless chat counteracts it. Or should I say,
Don't you
cat
dare.
counteracts it.
Don't you dare counteract this.
Madam,
I
your cat
must-
attacked my head. Please close your windows.
I must have this. 11.
11. That's actually enough to get the cat.
Damn
So
it.
you managed to get the one. Well, no, don't worry about it. You still got a cat left. You get the
you'll pay
one cat
later.
onto the railing. The other cat being like, wow. This one is also brown and a little smaller. And now you have to bring it to where it belongs. So I assume you head off in that direction.
Yep.
Marame, you in the meantime are continuing to try to follow your sister. Yeah, like you're maybe walking back. You need to make a complication roll for me first. I'm sorry, Tantin, as you're
right.
moving
Yeah,
up there.
that's fine.
Don't
I
do
was-
5. Don't throw a cat at me.
That would be very, very funny.
That would be hilarious.
Why is it raining
Firing,
cats?
firing off kittens.
Exactly. That
Hallelujah,
or
it's
the
raining
scene
cats.
the scene in My Neighbor Totoro where May walks up to the crack in the wall and puts her finger in and all the sprites come bursting out. That's also what this could be like. I would really enjoy that.
I'm
I
seeing
love
it.
soup sprites.
11.
You're
it's
fine.
11.
So no complications
Oh.
associated with this.
Okay.
Which means now, Marame, it is your turn, and you can decide what you want to do, if you want to dash again or whatever. You don't have any cats on your sled, so...
I'm having a great time watching all these cats just kind of leave, but I'm going to try to dash.
Okay.
Try being the operative word. Said the one person with acrobatics like proficiency.
Seriously. I was rooting for a St. Bernard next. Yeah, you do so. So you manage to zip around the
Yay.
Ondair tower, and you can see your sister ahead of you, having already passed the second tower. You can see. So Mary, I'd like you to roll a complication die for me, please.
Okay, I will hoot and holler at my sister, and I will
If
roll
you
an
roll
8.
Oh,
So
an 8.
the good news is that
Not
as
a
you're
cat.
moving along, as you get past, you
It's a
kind of
dog.
cut it a little close, Merame, and you swoop past what looks like a weather vane, except the weather vane, as you go by, spins rapidly, and you see some glowing blue. I need you to roll 1d4 for me, please.
Me?
Yes,
Oh,
you.
dear.
It's a mana anti-aircraft cannon.
There's the sky blue you're talking about.
I found it!
Me too. As you blow past it, the gust of wind pushes you to the side. So what that means is that on your next dexterity check, if you're going to do like a dash, you will have disadvantage because you're being buffeted to the side by this wind coming from the weather vane.
Right, okay, good to know.
I'm sorry.
Fine.
I'm sorry. You know what? I take that back. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. It's not you that this affects. It affects the next person behind you. My fault. So you sweep by it, Alarian. You go by, and
You'll be great.
like, this thing blows this way. So if you want to dash, you can do that. You'll be doing so at disadvantage thanks to your compatriot Marame. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Sorry, Alaria!
Yeah, I was wondering about that, but I'm big enough where I'll probably just try to power through it anyways. Like, yeah, buffet this.
Buffet this.
Is my turn?
Yes, it is your turn.
I have no reason not to give it a shot. Why not?
Make it happen.
What could possibly, at disadvantage,
Don't finish that.
2 1s, 2 1s.
What
I was there
could
last time.
possibly-
9.
Well, so a 9 is not enough. You're dealing with this buffeting and like fighting back against it. You do get past the wind, but not enough where you can reach the tower.
That's fine. That's fine.
You'll be
Okay.
happy to know that
I'll
you
take
get
it.
to do a complication roll, though,
Yay.
and see what
All right.
happens to Nisiana.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make any sense to me. If she's
It
that
will in a
far
minute.
ahead of us, how the hell? Okay.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here we
maybe
go.
there's complications for if you're behind or ahead.
It's a 13.
As it turned out, no complication anyway. So
See?
we'll
Yeah.
never know.
Yeah,
see?
that's just gonna keep going.
dice-
the rest
If
of
she
us.
did, hey, if
The
she
dice
wraps it
knew.
up, then
Yeah.
Right now,
it's
Nisiana
okay.
has no idea what's going on.
I know
behind her.
exactly. You
She
can't
is
see
love
anything.
that
It's all
idea.
great.
Great time.
So, Nisiana, you are past 2 towers, or the 2 towers. I assume next you're going to continue for Tower 3. Am I right?
Yes, I shall. I am having a good time so far.
Go ahead. Oh,
I
yeah.
am still having a good time.
Absolutely. No problem. You just, blow past the Sire Tower. Let's zip around, and I need you to make a complication check for me, please.
5.
On
Like,
five.
can I
Yeah,
get a
no
number
kidding.
5?
Okay, so as
rhinoceros.
so what happens is, Tantin, you are very anxious to avoid cats, and you'll be happy to know there is no cat.
That was a 1.
But as you zip by this by this roof, an animated gargoyle suddenly goes, roar, like roars right at you. You need to make a wisdom saving throw. Let's note, at disadvantage, please.
It is to laugh.
Oh, I thought it was a natural 1, but it's a 5.
So you are the combination of that plus the cat. You sort of stumble left and right and then fall off your soar sled. Now the sled kind of, levels out ahead of you. You, on the other hand, fall and bounce off the side of the roof onto the railing. I need you, fair distance. You were going to take, let's see. Actually, I'm going to have you roll this for a change. I need you to roll 8d6 for me, please.
Good Lord, man.
How much?
8d6.
Oh my god, did I just kill Fren accidentally?
Maybe. No.
I don't think it was an
yeah,
accident. It was 2 cats and a gargoyle.
Ooh, lots of ones. Good.
25.
Okay.
25. Okay. You take 25 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
But you are now you're now sort of lying on the railing, and as you've been knocked out of the race, Tantin, but as you kind of look up and you see this orange cat face, like literally right in front of you, just staring at you.
That brings me down to 22.
Yes.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You do
That's
get to
funny
roll
right
one
there.
last complication check though, as you fell.
Well,
4.
Okay.
Not
As
a cat.
as you fall to the ground, to the railing, you caught sight of something and you weren't quite sure what it was, but Merime, you saw it because there was apparently a group of visiting lower school students who were up looking outside the window, and you saw one of them taking aim at the falling body of Tantin with a slingshot. They miss Tantin completely, but they may not miss you. A marble shoots its way towards you. Let's see what's going to happen.
Can I use shatter?
on the slingshot. I mean, when it comes to your action,
on
you'll
the
be able to
students.
react. Oh, well, listen.
ouch.
You will pay
Wow.
ultimate penalty.
As it gets closer, you realize it's actually a very tiny sphere of annihilation.
You think, damn it. Okay. Let's see.
It's like a wiggle swarm in Xanth. It just goes right through you, just leaves a hole all the way through.
All right, let's see. 16.
Does that hit you?
Oh, no, it does not hit me.
Okay, so you just narrowly dodge out of the way as this marble shoots past your head. Hey, what's up, Dragosphere? Yes, my birthday bash day 2, basically. That's right.
You look back, you're
Okay.
like, I know the dean. I know the dean.
You'll pay for this. Okay.
I remember your faces. Yeah.
Mara May, you're up next. So you've passed one tower so far, I think, right?
I have,
okay.
yeah.
So do you want to dash to the next one? Or
Yes, part of
okay.
me also wants to but shouting.
You could go back
profanities
and yell at
is-
the student. I mean, it's also up to you.
Yeah.
You can-
No, I'll get the students later. I made note of their faces.
okay.
So I will roll acrobatics.
Yep. So you have a 21, so you blow past the Braylon Tower with no problem. And now you can see your sister is still ahead of you, having passed the Sire Tower. But I need you to make a complication roll for me, Mara May. We're going to see what happens with Ilarion next.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Are you?
As you're going along, thank you for the cheer, Dragonspear. I really appreciate that, man. As you go past, and you sort of are like looking past, and you zip past the tower, you set something up so that when Ilarion heads towards it, suddenly the thing is like raw and like roars at you. Also, Ilarion, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
At disadvantage?
Yes, you.
Me?
You.
Okay.
Or
All
advantage?
right.
Or
Well,
Regular?
let's see. Do you have a disadvantage? We're working with
I
the
don't
number-
right now. I was
Okay.
just pushed off course. That was it. So I'm clear. Okay. Well, this will be interesting. Wisdom, eh? That's one of my better ones. All right. Tell you what.
No, wait a minute
We're gonna
though.
do it.
Your next
Yeah.
check, I think. Oh,
was a
no,
dexterity check.
check. Yeah. So you're
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
Wisdom saving
remember
throw, fine.
my brilliant
Yeah.
11 or 9.
No, you're right,
Yeah,
you're
all
right.
All
Yep.
right. So wisdom. Hold on. Nope. Shit. Let me take that off a disadvantage first. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's try that again.
Aw.
There we go.
Oh!
Never mind. I guess I don't have to.
So,
Right.
what does it look like as this thing has zero effect? Like, do you roar back at it? Like, just roar? Like,
So
you-
what was this? Like an
It was an
animated?
animated gargoyle just roared at you. Apparently, like, startled by the race.
With a well, no, I wouldn't. I don't just lash out at things. I would just kind of look at it impassively, just sail on by. I don't.
I
I'm not
assume.
a barbarian. I don't. Yeah.
I assume as much. Yes.
Yeah,
I
just
know,
like-
I know what Tanton would have done if he had been Ilarion. He would have held up his arm and just the stars sort of would have just come out like a middle finger.
Yeah.
Sail on by.
I thought about striking, but no, they wouldn't do that. That's not their bag. Wanton destruction of someone else's property is not his thing.
So, Ilarion, you can now dash if you wish, or do whatever you like.
Sure, why not?
You're
no
past one of the
shot.
towers so far. I think. Did you get past?
No,
None of the tower.
I
Oh, that's
have
right. You
not
failed
made
last
it
time.
because
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't
right.
been able to do a dash yet.
That's
Yeah,
right.
So this
Okay.
Wait, this is a dexterity saving throw.
No, check.
There's an ability check. That's why it's not working. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Or acrobatics if you have it.
9.
Damn it!
I
You're
mean,
just like-
look, they're not going to win, really. They still have to think this thing's going to break under their weight at any moment, that they're going to
Yeah.
get bigger, So it's really, yeah.
Make a complication
not-
roll for me, please.
Yep, I have not pulled off a dash yet. I just want to let you know. And I probably have no intention of doing so either. There's that too. All right.
I get a cat.
So,
Sharn, City of Towers.
Yeah.
Cats in those towers.
well, so what
Yes.
happened was you had the one cat that you tossed, and as you turn around, there was the cat that's lying on top of Tanton. And apparently, and there are a lot of cats up here. So Nisiana, there is a cat that basically leaps in your direction towards the source sled. Now, again, you can decide to duck it or dodge it or I don't know, embrace it and the panic that it brings. What do you want to do with this cat?
I
It is
am
a
absolutely
gray
not letting
striped
that
cat.
poor cat fall.
I figured not.
I will absolutely go and protect said cat
Okay.
Will you let it lick all the cream off your face?
if it wants.
So it is.
Definitely
It is.
fantasy.
So you grab it, but it is panicking. So you are going to have disadvantage on ability checks until you either take a turn out to land and release it,
I will
or take an action
I'm
to
going
kick it
to
off.
stop and put it back where it's supposed to go. I will land and let
Okay.
it get off.
All
I will
right.
take it.
You do that. As you do that, let's have you roll a complication, please. This is not going to affect Tanton this time because Tanton's out of the race. It's going to affect Marame.
Nope.
No complications. So Marame, you're good to go. You were at the Braylon race, and you notice that your sister has slowed down and seems to be circling back to where she just passed.
I'm still catching up. I'm still a tower behind, so I'm going to do an acrobatics to go around, but I'm also going to scream, "Are you okay?"
You just hear,
Oh, the cats.
yeah, so you are now caught up, I think, with your sister. Both of you are around the side, so you're like right nearby, and you can see that she seems to be putting a furry something off of her sled onto this railing of a roof. I need you to roll a complication for me, please, Maramé. And Larian, you will be affected, theoretically, but you are not affected, so that brings us to Alarian.
I am so impressed with these guard cats. This is really impressive.
As Arundel says, they really have to put screens in these windows, like, really.
Right?
But then they don't expect to see soar sleds flying past in a steeplechase, so.
Nope. I am
Like,
still
damn it.
the first tower.
There have been a lot of 5s.
6. Okay, complication roll, please.
Yeah.
Please be a cat. Oh, no, okay.
15, nothing.
Nothing. All right, that brings us back up to Nisiana. Nisiana, you have put the cat down. You can again head off, and you see that your sister has drawn even with you now, just about.
Wave at her and keep going.
Yay!
All right, so go ahead and make your dash then. Oh, perhaps temporarily distracted. You do not actually make that check. And so now it is, you need to make a complication roll, which is going to affect your sister appropriately.
You throw a cat at me.
I was like, is it going to be another cat? No, what's the name?
It's not a cat. So as you swoop past, trying to gain control of the soar sled, I need you to roll 1d4 as a weather vane begins to spin wildly.
The weather vane.
1d4.
1d4.
3.
Maramé, this time the thing goes and you feel a gust of wind accelerates you, and you actually get advantage on your next dash check.
Well, thank you. I'll scream that as I, whoa, there you go! Okay, so I will...
Go.
Why does that not affect me? What the hell? I thought these are things that affected the next person.
They do. Well, Nisiana affected Maramé.
That's true.
And Maramé blows past the next tower, which means Maramé is now past Karnath. Only one tower left before returning to Lareth Hall. And now Maramé rolls a complication to see if it affects you, Alarian.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But no complication is involved. Alarian, you're up next.
If I get around one tower, I'll consider it a successful day. Jesus. Seriously. All right. I'll try acrobatics instead, because the other dexterity one just was sucking. See,
there you go.
Yeah, that was all you needed to do.
Yeah,
suddenly you managed. I have this image that
get the hang of it.
Yeah, I have this image that your sled just jumps forward. That's how I accelerate. So you zip past the Ondair tower. Now I need you to make a complication roll. See how that affects Nisiana.
All right.
Tanton, are you hanging out with the cat?
Ooh, it's a 6.
That's
a 6.
Not a cat.
Nisiana, as you were trying to pull the soar sled up, a flock of birds takes off from a roof nearby you, directly in your path, and you need to make a dexterity saving throw as these birds head towards you. Now, you're no longer at disadvantage because you got rid of the cat. So.
Yes, however.
Hilarious.
Think about this. I don't actually want to hurt any of these birds.
They deserve it.
Wow.
They look particularly angry. This won't go well. Yes, they are all angry birds.
They're very angry birds.
Heading towards the tower for some reason.
Do they need... They're birds. They know how to fly. I don't need to actually...
Yes, definitely know how to fly. Can confirm.
They're all penguins, those.
Exactly. You're attacked by an emu. Damn it!
It's the rare Sharn dodo.
What kind of saving throw?
Dexterity.
Okay, so
the angry birds attacking pigs. No, not unless the King's Citadel are pigs.
I made my dexterity.
Yeah, you do. So you're like, duck just past them, and they fly over your head, squawking. And now you need to make a complication roll, Nisiana, for Maramé.
You get a cat. You do not get
You
a cat.
get a cat.
No complication. So, Merime, you may proceed. You are slightly behind Nisian, I believe. Or no,
No, I'm ahead.
you're ahead. You're
Slightly
ahead right
ahead.
now. That's right. You're ahead. Sorry. So,
All right.
yep. You zip around the Tower of Thrain. Now it's just one left for Lareth Hall to get back to Lareth Hall. But first, you need to make a complication roll to affect, theoretically, Alarian.
Perfect. So now I just have to make
Hey.
one roll to go to
Ooh.
To get back to Lareth Hall and win.
perfect.
All right, Alarian, no
Oh,
complication
good.
for you. You're up. You did get past. You're now heading, if you want to, you'd be heading towards the Braylon Tower next.
Hey, why not? It worked last time. See if we can do 2 for 2. Bam.
2, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you need to do is
I seem
acrobatics.
apparently, I seem to have found the
Right
what my
past
block
Braylon.
was. Yep.
You found what the accelerator pedal is. Okay,
Yep,
I need you to make a
exactly.
complication roll, please.
All right.
Do I get another cat?
10. Nothing for you.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Nisiana, you are up. You can see your sister has pulled ahead of
Mew,
you.
mew, mew. That's
Okay,
hilarious.
I will race towards my sister.
Woohoo.
Acrobatics, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I shall.
Absolutely. That means you're going to get past, I believe, Karnath. So you're now basically Thrain and then back to Lareth Hall. So you're past the Karnath Tower. I need you to make a complication roll, please, to see if you can, if you affect Merime.
She can throw a cat at me.
Seriously.
Can I get a cat?
Good
Can I
time
get
for a cat.
Hippopotamus. Come
Not a
on,
cat.
hippopotamus. Oh, damn.
It's not
Whatever
a cat.
6 is.
It is a flock of birds, though, which takes off from the
Right.
roofs right in front of your path, Merime. So you need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, you got
Seriously.
this.
I do. Thank you.
Yep, which means you now get to go. Only Lareth Hall awaits, Merime.
So just an acrobatics roll again?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Yep. So, with a 17, you dive and swoop through the arched doorway of Lareth Hall, and faculty staff scatter in surprise, like people diving left and right, as you swing to a stop outside Flamewind's chamber. And the Sphinx gives you a slight smile and says, "It looks like you know how to handle that thing." She purrs. And with that,
Don't make it weird.
with,
Don't make it weird, Flamewind.
just don't do anything like that. And with that, with Nisiana coming in right behind you, with Alarian finally managing to speed up a little bit, and with Tantin
But
gradually
still
standing up with a
finished.
cat
Yes.
on your front,
Well away from my sled, so I have to wait for somebody to come and get me.
just
to my
like petting
sled so I
it,
can get
looking
back.
over the railing, looking for all the world like a
Yes, you
supervillain.
did very well.
We are going to
Okay.
take our break. You have just watched the first portion of our wonderful adventures our wonderful Infinity Beyond crew, I beg your pardon. Our wonderful Infinity Beyond crew playing Eberron Oracle of War, Song of the Sky. I wonder why it's called that. As Merime has won the steeplechase, and we will see what happens next. I'm joined as always by Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, and Jennifer Brozek. If you like what you see and hear, please make sure to follow the channel. Please support the Patreon and all that kind of good stuff. And please stick around. It is 9:56, so we will be back here basically a minute or two after 10 p.m. Eastern, and then we will continue and see what happens after the steeplechase concludes. For more shenanigans, please stick around. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope that everyone has caught their breath after a rather eventful, I think it's fair to say, steeplechase through the, I can't say the streets, through the skies, really, of Sharn. I hope people were able to do that. When Nisiana arrives back, and I will mention this first, when Nisiana arrives back, a couple of things happens. First of all, when Merime arrives back, a couple of things happen. First of all, Flamewind is exceedingly impressed with you, Merime, and gives you a strange-looking item. It is a small metal disc, and it's inscribed with the image of a feather. And she explains that this is a feather token. And what this means is that when you fall at least 20 feet while the token is on your person, you descend 60 feet per round and take no damage from falling. The token's magic, though, only works once, so it's expended after you land, and then the disc becomes non-magical. So it's basically like a one-time only feather fall spell is basically what we're looking at.
So if anybody needs to throw themselves off of their source sled to do anything, it will be me so that I can fall.
For example,
Yeah.
if anyone happened to fall while dealing with two cats, that might have something to be involved there. So there's that. The other thing is that I want you to mark on your sheet, Merime, that a legacy event. You are now Flamewind's favored. You impressed the Sphinx Flamewind with your performance during a steeplechase.
I am not sure that Merime is completely comfortable with that, but I'll mark it down.
I do not, by the way, and I do want to be clear, you do not get the impression that there is any kind of like larger, there's no attraction issue here. This just seems like the, just sort of impressed with your prowess as a flyer, I think is the point that I want to make. Just want to be very clear from the vibe that you're getting.
No, that's fair. She's impressed, and that's good. I high-five my sister.
Right. Nisiana arrives next. And then Alarian, much later, after that does emerge. But you notice that Tantan is not there. And after a while, Flamewind inquires further. And Tantan arrives probably about 10 minutes later, looking much the worse for wear and holding an orange cat, which he is stroking. I assume is stroking the fur of. He looks kind of beaten up.
Oh, you got a guard kitty too.
And he's also like.
Wait, didn't I see you with a gray cat the first time?
Well, that's really impressive to have guard cats in towers. That's totally unexpected.
I know.
So, like,
are you all right?
No.
Do you need me to help you?
Mm-hmm.
Flamewind says, if you wish, Nisiana, I can address this situation.
I would hope so. You are the one that put us in that situation.
And Flamewind actually does lift her paw, and her eyes glow sort of a yellow and then a gold, and your wounds are healed, completely healed.
Oh, thank you.
So you made friends with one of the guard kitties?
No.
Did you kidnap a kitty?
It's purring as you say this.
No. Just decided it wanted to come along on the ride, I guess.
Does it have a bell or a collar or anything on it?
It does not.
Oh, that's too bad, because we could have used that as an excuse to be back in the tower area to bring a cat home.
Yes, you note, by the way, several unfortunate scratches, although the wounds are healed, across Tantan's face. And yeah. And Flamewind says, well, you all did quite an impressive job, even those of you who were, let us say, thrown off the path temporarily. And kind of nods at all of you. And then she says, I think you are ready. The source sleds are yours to keep. And when you are ready, I would suggest you proceed to the Skyway, to where we would expect that Sky Blue would be residing. I will leave it up to you as to when you want to do this, of course. And she has explained this idea about where, as I mentioned before, where she suspects Sky Blue may be hiding, and so it gives you that information. So you now have these source sleds to use, if you wish. Now, I will point out, you can certainly take these back to the Golden Horn, and so on. They will attract attention if you're not careful. Because, like, if you're just walking along with this, like, well, here I am with this rare item, it's like, you know... I don't know. It's like pulling up to a Waffle House in a Ferrari. Like it's a little like not typically expected. And so, yeah, but you do have those source sleds to go up into the Skyway whenever you so choose.
Should we report in with Halar first? Because if we do, perhaps we'll leave the source sleds here and return for them later.
Yes.
She's fine to have you do that, she says.
Perfect. Are you taking the cat with you? Okay, no.
I assume so. You just leave it behind with with Flamewind, and as predicted, right? Flamewind just gazes at it and it like immediately curls up, just goes to sleep, just purrs. You know, the cat.
Somebody's seen that kitty.
Yeah. So where are the four of you going once you depart?
Golden Horn.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming that's where Halar will be. Maybe.
Right, since he wants to talk with us.
As you head back, by the way, I'm curious, what legacy events do you all have marked down?
I have written down for us. I did not write the one from for you, Marie. So we have Sanctuary Garunda, Goblin Lessons,
right,
or Potion of Clairvoyance,
right.
Day of Execution, also Sanctuary, Weiss Disguise, Success 22. Once as a party or just as one person, we can be disguised, but the person needs 8 hours, except for the fact we're not anywhere near Sanctuary.
Right.
Yep.
You mean Salvation, right? Not Sanctuary.
Salvation.
Oh, you're right. It is Salvation. I've written down Sanctuary.
I was looking at my notes. I'm like, oh God, where did I get? Was there a Sanctuary I forgot about? Yeah, Salvation.
Salvation. Okay. Saved Dervo Tellus. We have a choice. Let's see. It was enchant one's armor for where the dead can wait.
Okay. Yep.
And the other one was a potion for me or Alarian. The armor was for Tantan or Mary May.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we ever did that.
Okay.
No.
Musgrave's,
we should probably do that.
Yeah. Musgrave's Mark, Musgrave Library, Maker's Mark. And we never actually said what that meant because I wrote nothing down.
Yeah, that's the only thing I have written down is Maker's Mark, and I have nothing about it.
Right. Do we remember what part of the adventure that came in? That may not
Musgrave.
have... Okay, it may not... Moorgrave, we mean, not Musgrave.
It was before the boat.
More. You're right.
Oh, it was before the boat. Okay. I don't think that's come into play yet then. That is something which will be noted for later. Okay.
And then the Runaway Lovers, Orsino.
Which was from the last one. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So no one has anything like Stakeout or anything like that marked, yes?
Actually, we have a spy network.
Spy network,
Orsino
right.
himself. Spy network to answer 3 questions.
That's Runaway Lovers.
Which is Runaway.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
Need 8 hours.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. Hey, Prince Justin. Cool. All right. Just wanted to double check. Okay. So you're able to head back to the Golden Horn. Now, you're heading directly there so as to meet with Halar, I assume, but you can tell me if there's other stuff that I am not aware of.
That was the plan.
Okay. Well, when you get there and you get to the Golden Horn, you see Fariska sort of cleaning up. And as you walk in, he smiles at you and nods. And he says, your friend is waiting there over in the corner. I happened to look up at one point today when I was outside sweeping, and I saw some strange things happening way above my head, as if there were dog fights or something happening up there. Were any of you up doing any of that?
No, this is my dog here.
And he sort of like, and he kind of looks down and shrugs. Oh, all right then. And he points you over to the booth, whereas you may remember, it's the booth that has like you get in, it's got the special, like he draws the curtain and it's like you're in this like island paradise type of thing. So he points you over to that corner booth as per usual. And when you come over, you can see Hilar is there. And he sort of nods at you and gestures as if to say, you know, let's come in.
Do
So-
you wanna put on your uniform and medals, Hilar, or are you comfortable just slumming it with all of us here?
He says, at the moment, the last thing I want to be doing is putting on more of those blasted uniforms, as I'll discuss in a moment. But and he looks over at you, Tanton, he sees the scratches on your face, and he kind of is like, and then he's like, never mind, we can talk about that in a moment. And he kind of gestures to the seats.
Have a seat. I am happy and bouncy and just like, yeah. Probably a little windblown.
He says, well, and draws the curtain so you've got the nice ocean scene behind you. And he says, well, you all look as if you've been through something. Everything all right? Because he sees you grinning, right, Nisiana? And he looks over to Tanton with his like foul expression on his face and like several scratches. And then like, you know, I don't know how Marimay and Ilarion, what your affect is right now, but like...
Unchanged.
Unchanged, yeah, right.
I'm pretty amused.
Okay.
They have guard kitties in the towers. That's really impressive.
His eyes just sort of slide slowly to Tanton.
I'll kind of look over at Tanton and be like,
Who's just sort of staring at the table, but just like.
Then he slides over. His gaze switches to you, Marimay, and he says,
it's kind of a long story, but we met with Flamewind. She gave us another verse of the Draconic prophecy and believes that we should be looking for the robber. We did really well too. She believes we should be looking for the robber Sky Blue, and we had some fun getting ready for that mission by racing around the library towers on source sleds. So yeah, we've been having fun.
As you add words, he's like, what? He says, you raced on source sleds around the towers.
There's a lot of cats. Like, you'd be
They
surprised
jump
by how
at
many
you.
cats.
It's amazing.
And so he finally looks at you, Ilarion, and he's like, and you saw all this happen?
I was third.
he says he looks over at Tanth and he's like, I'm going to assume you didn't win.
Didn't finish. Didn't make it past the first tower. In fact, I fell off of my sled, landed on my back on the railing, which my back wasn't that good to start with, you know. But ultimately, I was sitting there with a... Have you ever stuck your face into... And he makes a clicking sound at Spanner,
yeah,
who opens his mouth as wide and just gears, just churning.
Yeah.
You ever put your face in one of those?
Can't say as I have.
Don't.
And he kind of nods slowly.
Especially not guard kitties.
And so he nods slowly and he's like, I'm going to assume then, turns his attention to Marimay and Nisiana, that one of you pulled out this victory.
I started an early lead, but then one of the cats jumped to me and I wasn't about to let it drop, so I had to stop it. And then birds flew in front of me. But yes, Marie, my sister won.
Yeah, I didn't have cats sleep at me, to be fair.
He says,
birds, but not cats.
He says he kind of looks over at Tanty. He's like, were you the one that caused the cats to jump out?
No?
It just jumped at me. I don't know why. Why don't
I
they
told
put
you, guard
screens
cats.
on those windows up there?
And he nods slowly and he's like, I wonder that myself, along with many other things. This was Flamewind's idea, was it, to give you this?
Prepare us to go up. We need to go to Skyway to follow the draconic prophecy to look for Sky Blue.
Preparation which I note I did not need, so...
And he nods.
Are you sure?
It is.
Drinks.
So he nods and he says, well, if it's going up to Skyway, they're going to ask you to do, and if Sky Blue's involved, then that's better than whatever the hell's going to be hitting the fan down below. I just got done with a long conversation with the head of the King's Dark Lanterns, my counterpart, you might say, and they are none too pleased with the most recent events. I explained a little bit about what happened, only a little, and although they don't know all the details, they know enough to know that their spy was directly at risk and that their agent could have been killed. They are very grateful that you intervened in time to save them, and in fact, they made noises to me about inviting you all to become part of the Dark Lanterns, to which I explained that when someone of my people does something successfully, that doesn't mean you get to take them. It means you learn from them and make your own people better. And he sort of sighs and he says, but there are somewhat bigger concerns. They told me that beyond that problem, they had heard from the spy. She reported what she had learned. If it's true that there is this Thrainish plot, then Brayland is going to have to prepare for war. You've already seen a little bit of it. They're keeping it quiet right now, and so far, King Blorland has been able to keep them from flipping out too much. But the reality is that there are a number of people already who think that the city's taken too long to respond, and that Brayland as a country should have been mobilizing. I argued against this, so did the counterpart in the Dark Lanterns, but right now, the trend is towards getting ready. They don't want to be caught with their pants down the way they feel like they were during the last war. And that means that we're in a difficult spot. The king has not told us to get involved in war preparations. I don't know that he will. At the moment, we get to operate the way we like. But if we're going to stop this war from happening, we need information, and we need to figure out who it is that wants to set this plot in motion. Now, far be it from me to say no to Flamewind, or to tell her business, but frankly, going after this thing for the Draconic Prophecy when we got a problem right here in our own backyard. And what about a ruling Karnak, too? And he just kind of shrugs and he says, I don't know which is the right option to go, but it seems to me we got more problems than just something which might happen down the line.
Hellar, I'm gonna lean forward a bit. I know everything seems very important right now and it's hard to prioritize, but I know that the Oracle has to be of utmost importance because it is something that will affect all of us.
And he says, but do we even know what the... He's looking at you as Tantin continues to laugh for no reason. No. Do you...
Tantin's not laughing. As soon as she said, this is more important stuff, and I immediately expected the next words out of her mouth to be, I need more ribbon.
I was like, what about the curled ribbon? Like,
Originally, I was going to say, what about our...
Understand the shortage?
The Dark Lanterns have done us a good employment offer. Will you match it, Hilal?
yeah, exactly. How many ribbons will you provide? Listen, supply chain issues are a thing. So no.
Airship stuck in a... No.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, she, so he nods and he says, I mean, it's possible that the Oracle might affect everybody, I suppose. But the problem is it's all a guess, right? It's all an interpretation. I mean, what if they're going after the wrong person? Some random thief stealing from the rich? That's more important than dealing with whatever's going at the heart of Brayland?
I think just like our vision in purple was not who she thought she presented herself was, perhaps Sky Blue is not merely the robber that as portrayed. Somebody like that who is in the Crimson Towers, has the money and the ability to do what this person is doing, has power and skill that is not, they're high up, literally and figuratively.
He nods slowly and he's like, so you don't read this as just a really successful common thief?
I see it as a distraction because all eyes have turned sky blue. Turned to sky blue.
And if we go after this sky blue, are we part of the distraction?
We find out who she is and what she knows.
And he nods.
What's her part in all this?
And he nods slowly, looks at you, Ilarion. What do you think about this?
The fact that the mention of Sky Blue in the prophecy matches the name of the thief, although on the surface sounds incongruous, must have a larger connection. I believe that Nisiana Jaraska was right. However, it is very feasible that Sky Blue, the person, may not even know what their true role is in the prophecy. But again, the fact that they appear means I agree with my companions that it must be followed up on and hopefully can be done swiftly.
And he kind of slowly nods, and he looks over at you, Tanton, and he says, "You're on board with this too?"
If she is connected with those towers, then that means that she has connections with virtually every airship that passes in and out of this city. And whether it can or not.
And he sort of nods, and then he says, "You know, Tanton, without getting into too many details, I understand that the circumstances with your house are somewhat complex. Are you concerned about this bringing you right into, well, facing them again?"
If it were any other circumstance, I would say yes, but as I am performing the penance they assigned to me, being involved in this could only serve to be considered acquiescing to the punishment that Merrick's decided was appropriate.
He nods and he says, looking at you seriously, and he says, "I want you to know, by the way, Tanton, about that. Your business with the house is your own business. But that said, you work for the King's Citadel, and as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to answer to them. Yes, they may know that you're involved with us, but I don't want them threatening my people, including you. If they start causing you problems, and you don't want to deal with those problems, I want you to tell me."
I don't believe that Merrick's would do that. I think that I don't know if Merrick knows exactly what it is that I'm doing. But if someone of relative authority were to say, no, he's don't worry, he's doing what he's supposed to do, Merrick will believe that. The person I'm most worried about would be Master Urkoff, because he is the one that I wronged. And if he does not feel that what I am suffering is justice, he does have some minute amounts of sway from the little city up. And I'm not necessarily certain that he would remain as quiet as he should if he were to discover what was going on.
He nods and he says, "It's exactly that concerns me." And he reaches in his pouch, the belt pouch, and pulls out of it a seal, which he pushes across to you, Tanton, and you recognize it immediately as the seal of House Kenneth. And he says, "This was dropped in front of my doorway this morning. When I woke up and opened the door, there it was sitting on the street. Could be coincidence, and it doesn't mean anything, of course. I know what the seal of the House Kenneth is. But I have learned over time not to take any sign for granted. I don't know if they mean this as a message or as a warning, and no one's contacted me directly about it. But I wanted you to know. It's also possible that someone's decided to play with your role in the house and decided to play on it with me. I trust you either way, but I wanted you to know that there is someone, whether it's them or others, who have taken an interest in you and your house and us. And given what we just went through with the Dark Lanterns, I'll be damned if one of the four of you falls under the knife next."
Not just what we went through, but also what's ahead with the involvement in the towers and my consultation with that construction.
That's right. And the reason that I had this conversation with the lanterns, well, and he kind of like looks over and he says, "It wasn't official. I don't know that the government channels have been compromised. My guess is they haven't yet. But I'm starting to get concerned. There are many forces in Sharn. I told you, not all of them mean us well. And even those people who are loyal to Brayland may not think of their loyalty as the same as ours. What I'm saying is, I trust the Citadel. I trust all of its members. And I trust the four of you. But until I know different, we're going to have to play it very carefully when it comes to other members of the King's government. Whether or not they mean ill to us. You four have made a name for yourselves, not just in Salvation, but in Sharn as well. And you're becoming very invested in the fate of this city and indeed the nation. You are, in other words, attracting notice. And we need to be aware of that. And that's sort of stated to all four of you.
I look over at Larry and I'm like, I think we're going to get noticed anywhere we go.
They nod. Some things cannot be helped.
You know, maybe us doing what we need to do will allow someone else to do what they need to do quieter.
That's what I hope. And I certainly think that you've proven by now that you'll be able to manage things. Whether it's the Emerald Claw, or Rulin Karnak, or Flamewind, and whatever she provides next with this Draconic prophecy. So your plan is to go up and deal with the Sky Blue next, then?
Well, we're supposed to go find a very talented, very rich thief who we've never met before. And I think the only way to find her is for me to be the noble lady again, wearing some very pretty jewels. I don't have any.
Oh, I can help with that.
Oh, okay. But I think if we want to get her privately, her and her seagull apparently, which is actually kind of interesting, we need to bait a very interesting trap.
Agreed.
Jovi might be able to help with this too.
And he nods slowly and he says, "All right. What do you have in mind then?"
We go shopping?
Well, yes, there's the shopping too, but there are problems with my idea. One of which is if she comes and we actually get hold of her like we want to and question her and stuff, what do we do about Jovi?
I would assume Jovi would not be on site when the action happens, but am I thinking of the right person, Jen? Hold on a second. You're talking about what's his name?
I got the name right.
The street,
no, Lord Jovi.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But
Right.
what he can do is spread the word. This Sky Blue must be connected somewhere to know when to hit whom. Somehow they're getting contact from someone saying so and so is wearing such and such on such and such a sky ship. They have to know someone who's giving this information. The strikes are too focused to not have inside information. If Jovi can help disseminate that you are taking this trip at this time, wearing the blank of blank, they won't even be on site. They won't even be involved at all. It's just the four of us.
Is there such a thing as a pleasure
Several.
Look at Tanton or Pilar.
view thing? I mean, we had a lot of fun on the store sled, but I mean,
You mean airships that exist solely for entertaining pleasure cruises and the elite of society? Absolutely. Most
If
of
we
them live in the
can-
Skyway.
if we can mimic the last woman who got stolen from, the type of airship or whatever she was doing, after we get some sort of jewels, that I then have lunch with Jovi as a thank you for all his help, and then tell him all these things that I'm going to do, and he loves to talk. He could also probably give us information about the person who got stolen from.
Indeed.
We know that Sky Blue targets Skyway, so like
Mhm.
right, Sky Coaches. So they're all Sky Coach heists as far as we know. If we could get a list of who the Sky Coaches, like which Sky Coaches were hit when, we might be able to see a pattern in like where she boards them from, or you know what type of Sky Coach she does, and make sure we're on it, and just have you in a position where you would be a good target. There must be some commonality in the crimes here that we could draw from. I don't know that we need to involve Jovi in it, because we're not trying to put the posture out that you are a full out noble. You just need to look the part for the thief to come after you.
But she
that's
has
just
to know. She has to know where Nisiana is going to be. She can't just guess. That's
But
the thing.
there must be something common with the crimes. Like, is there any way we could get a look
yeah.
into them?
Easily.
Like,
All the reports.
yeah, like
Yes.
where were they when they were hit? Were there common areas? Were there, like, just trying to think of what we can set off. Every thief has their own ways of doing things, and whether they want to or not, usually there's some kind of pattern that you can pick up if you take the time to analyze it.
And
Pilar, can you get us those reports or copies of them?
I can see what I can do, but my understanding was that Flamewind gave you a sense of where she might be living, no? Some sense of where the hideout might be in Skyway?
Well, this is an out of character.
Yeah.
We sort of started talking about that,
Yeah.
but you didn't actually give us any details.
No,
so...
she did give you, well, she gave you the basics of where the assumption is. You might still have to do a bit of searching, but there is a general guess about where it is in Skyway. Because it's only, then the reason is because there's only so many beacons. Like there are only a few beacons, and one of them, if this is correct, is where she would be. And probably Tanton's knowledge of them might help as well. That's not to put you in another direction, but just to let you know, you do probably have a good guess as to where the hideout might be.
So we might want to just start there, go straight for the target.
But I'm not trying to push you that way one way or the other. I'm just letting you know that is the reality.
Actually, Larian still wants to see the list that the Marimay brought up, because that's a good idea, because that may tell us which one, like if they're all a raider on a certain, what are these things called again?
The Crimson Towers you're talking about?
Yeah. They're signal points or whatever.
Yeah, they're beacons,
Beacons. If they're all clustered on a certain one, that might be the one closest to it. It's a little elementary, but it's very possible.
You would think that the guard would have already figured that out.
And yet they haven't. Well, these things are not really to be lived in. It's possible they're not looking at and they're thinking she's taking off into the clouds and going somewhere completely different, which she might be. So it's a under their nose kind of thing. But I think that list would still be handy to pinpoint rather, so we don't go chasing around a half dozen or however many of these waypoints there actually are.
Well, yeah, we might be able to at least see like, okay, she targets ships that leave from this waypoint, so maybe she's in that area.
Correct. And if you want, and Illyrian regards Halar with their star-shaped eyes, if you want us to wrap this up quickly and move on to more important things, then getting those reports would be most helpful in that regard.
So he nods and he says, well, one thing I think I can provide before I even go looking for official reports. And he kind of slides himself around. He kind of, excuses himself to get past a couple of you who are on one of those like circular seats, behind the table, and pushes aside the curtain. And then he goes over to the bar and he whispers a couple of things to Fariska. And then Fariska nods and he brings out from below the bar a stack of what look like newspapers. And then he brings them back over and he says, well, here you go. Here are the newspaper reports that we all have.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And so he brings it over. And so when you take a look at that, here are the ones that you have that you know of. When you came into Sharn, you may remember that there was the Sharn Inquisitive, the evening edition. This is the one where you were wondering like how it is that they actually got on the lightning rail, and it's because it's sent with the same technology. So there is an article here about how sky crime soars in Skyway. Spate of audacious hikes continues to wreak havoc in Skyway. Thief is believed to be a female youngster who exploits a soar sled to steal jewels from the district's nobility in a series of hit-and-run strikes, many of which have taken place in broad daylight. Name and identity of the thief remains a mystery. No nobles have been injured, but the crimes are considered serious enough to warrant a special investigation by the Sharn Watch. And then the more recent newspaper article that talks about Sky Blue stealing again a string of pearls from the neck of Lady Imris or Starn, sailing from Brilliant aboard a registered sky coach. And so the information that you have from the newspaper articles suggests that the one pattern for sure is that it tends to be against sky coaches, that it is always against nobility, or at least so it seems. And then there are serious rumors, though unconfirmed ones, that the wealth that she acquires this way is then distributed to the poor. But going to talk to the poor in, the lower city, or certainly going all the way down even to the cogs, they want nothing to do with people who are asking them questions about who the nice person is that's stealing from the rich and giving to them. So they basically have told the journalist to get bent to this point.
Which is fair.
Yeah. And so Hilar says, kind of sighs after you've gone through this for a few minutes and says, well, this is your problem. You got yourself someone who steals from the rich and gives to the poor, and the poor ain't going to give her up, and I don't blame them. And yet, I suppose there is that pattern. She always goes after nobles with treasures. The problem is, most of the people who are up in those sky coaches and airships up there all have treasures of some kind or another. Sometimes it's a string of pearls. Sometimes it's a box of gold and silver and jewels. Well, there's no way to know what she's going to go next to unless you just stop all the sky coaches or tell all the nobles to stay in their houses, and they won't stand for that.
Well, I mean, if we're going to trust that the draconic prophecy is important enough to pursue, perhaps we should just trust that it is leading us in the right direction and head to the Crimson Towers.
We could. I mean, there's nothing to, at least to stop us from doing that, except for the guard cats.
That's okay. Tanton's got a good handle on those.
We have bait for that. That won't be an issue.
And small detail, exactly. And he leans back and he says, all right, if you're going to go do the hideout, then do you want me to try to gather this information that you need on more about the targets? I can try to gather what I can without raising too much suspicion among government sources, although honestly, the Watch don't have much more use for the national government of Brayland right now than Brayland does for the Watch. But I can try to shake a few trees and see what falls out.
Unless you have something that is urgently pressing, it might still be handy if we go to the tower and she is not, in fact, there, which is a possibility.
He nods and he says, well, I can do that. What happens if I get word of from this Ivello fellow about Erulin Karnak? Is there something you want me to pass on to him?
Jen has totally forgotten what that part of the story was because it's been so long.
I
We
can tell
want
you
to
if you
find
need,
and
but
stop her, that's for sure. And this is the bounty hunter, right?
right,
Oh, yeah,
Avella,
right.
the one who was
There.
basically kind of keeping tabs on her,
Yes.
Right.
and told you about the fact that she had come to Sharn. That's all. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we don't have any news from her yet or what she's up to.
Yeah, Halar's asking if this guy does get a hold of Halar,
This guy right there.
what should he tell the dude?
Right.
Well, if it's a location, have him maintain his surveillance until we can get there, but don't tip his hand.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. And I think the fewer people know about the new verse of the Draconic prophecy, the better.
yes.
It's true.
He nods and he's like, all right, seems reasonable to me. Well,
If we haven't been in a really complicated combat or anything, once in the evening I can say hello to you and see if we have any messages back and forth.
and he nods and he says, that's fine. I can, in the meantime, try to gather what info I can as well. But listen, not that I need to tell you to be careful, but going around like this in a place where we don't know whether even people who might normally be allies are, well, exactly allies. Just, I suppose, take extra care. I still don't fully understand what exactly is at the root of all of this. I feel like we're looking at one puzzle piece, but one part of the puzzle, but too close up, and there's more beyond the outside of it. So, just use your same discretion, I suppose. Whenever you deal with the Draconic prophecy, it says one thing and means three other things. At least that's what I've always been told.
So far, that is holding true.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, this particular piece will answer some of those questions.
While you are out and about, I wonder if you might plant a few whispers for me.
What do you have in mind?
See if you can get a rumor going amongst the nobles that the Jarasco healing strand is been rediscovered and will be making an appearance in and about Skyway in the upper city in the next day or two.
Out of game for a minute. I missed what you said. Jarasco what? The Jarasco.
The Jarasco healing strand.
Okay. Got it. And so he
It has?
yeah.
That was the Asiana's first thought.
So he kind of looks over Uniciana and then looks back to Tantan and he says, all right. I suppose you have a thought as to why.
It's a necklace. A very beautiful necklace with 5 glowing gemstones on it.
And he nods slowly and a kind of not often seen on Hilar sort of wolfish grin breaks out and he says, well, 5 glowing gemstones, I imagine I can find a few people who will be interested in that. And he says, once those rumors are planted, they'll spread pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
And to my house.
Mm-hmm.
He nods. He says,
That's not my problem, but yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
he says, and
Oh, I point to the thing in front. Or did you put the letter away or did you leave it in front of you?
you talking to Hilar?
No, to Tantan.
Okay.
You said you slid the letter in front of him or the seal.
Yeah, just the seal, not the letter, but the seal of House Cannith in front of you.
Okay. Well, where is it? Is it still visible? If not, whoever has it, I basically
Still in front of Tantan, so.
I may have to deal with that too.
And he nods and he says, I understand. All right, I'll do that. And he says, we'll see what, that's part of shaking the tree, I suppose. We'll see what we find out through there. And he says, In the meantime, how are you getting up to the Skyway? Ah, yes. I heard that that's the way to manage
As
things.
soon as you ask.
Meow.
He says, I understand. Like, so he says, yeah. So he says, how are you getting up there?
We took that flight training for a reason.
He says, so she left you with the source sleds.
Yeah, she did. 4 of them. They're pretty cool.
He says, they are. They're also going to stand out as pretty cool to everybody else. So when you take them, make sure you don't mess around down where people who are interested in them might decide to take a joyride themselves.
Well, they'd have to worry about the cats.
We can bring a bike lock.
Yes, I hear cats can be quite dangerous. His eyes studiously do not go towards Tanton at all.
I was gonna say
His gaze is
there's a very quiet click, and Spanner just opens his mouth.
Yeah. No, he literally does not look at you. You know, you're just kind of like, you know, like sort of thing. And Hilar says, all right, then. I suppose we best get to it. And so he kind of nods to all of you, and assuming you all clear out the curtain parts, and then you're able to make your way out. Now, it is still technically just about midday. So, I mean, you know, because this all happened, went in the morning. The gray, it's still kind of gray, although there are some threats of the sun possibly peering down. But there's still obviously plenty of, yeah, exactly. But it's still, you know, right around midday. So it's obviously plenty light enough for you to be able to see. And so depends on what you folks would like to do after leaving the Golden Horn.
Well, I actually want to ask Tanton, I'm like, what is the glowing stones actually going to be?
Glass.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, it can be whatever we want. We could get some very low quality pearls. I just need to enchant them.
Okay. You know, for a second there, I thought it was a real thing.
It will be.
Well, a legendary thing that I hadn't known of. I mean, it sounds like a thing my house would have. I guess we could go shopping.
That would help. Otherwise, I have to make them out of rocks. So.
No, we could go shopping for stuff.
Yeah, well, we make our way back to the library anyways. There's a few stores and stuff I imagine on the way, so.
I wonder how that ribbon person's doing.
Yeah, and you still need a new medicine kit, and I still need a new disguise kit.
That's true. That's true. Actually, I need an alchemist kit.
An alchemist kit, yeah. So, I mean, we could pick those up. There's probably a store that has all of that and pearls in it. That seems unlikely.
Looking for a Sharn department store? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
where's the Walmart?
There's not a Walmart, it's in a quadrant.
Is, well, we don't have a lot of funds to do this with.
You could buy the individual components for the necklace. I can make that. I have the jewelry.
How much is required?
Let's say 5 pearls of quality. Once they're glowing, it'll be very difficult to tell.
True.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then some.
Well, it should be found in the same place that we get the alchemist shop kit and such.
And lesser gemstones between them for the spacing on the strand.
Yeah.
I still have not heard a number, and that includes the kits. How much for all of it?
I don't know.
Between the 3 of you, I'm sure you can come up with an educated guess.
Tanton could. Trend can't. That involves math.
Yeah.
And...
Mérimée could too. Mérimée would have an idea what a disguise kit is.
Let's find out, shall we?
Indeed.
So,
And is Hilar still there?
no,
Well,
Hilar's
we
left
haven't
at this
left.
point.
Yeah, we're kind of discussing what we're doing outside in the kind of in common room.
Like,
Or-
has anyone else noticed that he doesn't actually pay us? I'm just gonna throw it out there. Like,
we are so funded, Mary May.
do we get like benefits? Because like it seems
You
to
didn't
me
have to
that
pay for the place where you're staying.
Exactly.
True.
We room and board so far. We haven't paid for a meal
that's
either. Not that it matters to me, but you know.
that's lovely.
I mean, technically, I could probably go to one of the healing houses and get another alchemist kit or herbalism kit, and not actually have to pay for that. But like the gems and such, the magical components, basically,
There we
you
go.
know, there's a school right here. The university has students. I'm sure there's supplies around, or supply stores around.
Hmm.
I mean,
On campus, grab a sweatshirt. You know, the usual.
500 for the pearls.
Good God, man.
I was like, I certainly don't have that.
Get some paste. Seriously,
I
it does
know,
not
right?
need to be that much.
I mean, that's like I said, they don't have to be high quality pearls. So.
How about just using some crystals? Those should be
Okay.
cheap.
So yeah, so disguise kit, which is just like a standard one, which is basically just like, you know, there's some cosmetics, there's hair dye, there's small little props.
Glitter.
I've watched glitter. Yeah, of course. There's a whole, you know,
Several lengths of ribbon.
whole section, multiple lengths of ribbon. Yes. I've actually watched a fair bit of Mission Impossible, and Mission Impossible makes a whole lot out of prosthetic, like, you know, it started like initially where there were some problems with it, and later on you just put on some rubber prosthetics and you look like anybody exactly, right down to the
It's
voice. Apparently, it's
amazing.
incredible.
It's
Yeah.
way.
It's it was
Wait,
funny. It was
so
always
that's
like,
what I get,
Stick
right?
your face in the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
So basically, there are different versions. But the sort of standard one that's easier to get probably would be about 2 gold. It would not be that
Okay.
expensive to get a disguise
That,
kit
I mean, I
like
can't
that.
afford
If you're going to
that.
get a really top-notch one, though, that's going to be considerably more expensive and not 100% legitimate. Doesn't mean that you can't get it. It just means that it's like, you know, it comes with like
Friend of a
props
friend.
to fake ID cards and things that are not, you know.
Well, I mean, I
acceptable.
assume I with my past in Sharn, like, would I have a contact that I would know still might operate in the area?
I think you'd be able to find someone like that. Yeah, it's just something where, you know, they'll certainly be willing to help out. You can get it. The question is how much it's going to cost and if it does attract any undue notice when you try.
Especially
and-
amongst the other Kalashtar, I would think.
Yeah.
I don't really go around with the other Kalashtar too much.
Right.
We're not super friendly for some reason.
We're
Um,
not close.
Yeah, they're boring. Not like you guys. But no, okay, let's just keep this simple. I don't want to spend all the time too. I feel the weight of the prophecy weighing upon me, so I want to get moving faster rather than later, sooner rather than later. So
Agreed.
yeah, so whatever is easiest to find.
Okay. So you can do that. That I think would be, as I say, fairly easy to track down. So that would probably just be a matter of a couple of gold. I would
Okay.
assume.
And what about the healer's kit?
Yes, right. The healer's kit, which I did in fact
All the way back in Salvation.
track down. Right.
It's not the healer. It's the herbal. No, it's an alchemist. What is this?
Yeah.
Alchemist supplies.
A
That's
healer's kit is more along the lines of 5 gold usually.
Yeah, I have that. Alchemist supplies or herbalism kit.
Alchemist, here we go. Alchemist supplies, yada, 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 making
And
tools
a-
useful, yada, yada.
Right. And a herbalism kit would probably run you again about 2 to 3 gold for a good one.
So that I can
Luciana?
afford without a problem. And so that would be useful for us to finally get again, especially the alchemist kit.
Alchemist one says typically costs about 50 gold. Does that seem reasonable? Or
Yes, probably. Alchemist kit would be more expensive because an alchemist kit is quite literally trying to turn and transmute things, one thing to another. So,
Why do I have alchemy?
so yes.
So I was so Galarian kind of looks at Nisiana a little quizzically. He's like, the herbalism kit is understandable. I must confess to a little bit of puzzlement as to your request for alchemist supplies.
Well,
I did
that's
not know
what
you
I
were into
used-
transmutation.
That's what we used back in, not Salvation, the Red Market. Was that what it was called?
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, where we threw it.
Mm-hmm.
I had alchemist supplies, so.
Very well. And they reach somewhere and bring out a pouch of gold and hand it to you, and there's 50 gold inside. Collect what you need to.
Don't you need this or anything?
Or what?
Spoiling me, that's what.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go shopping.
Okay. So, you were able to do that. I'm imagining that since you're just getting these items, we don't need to spend too much time on the role play of that.
No.
As you're just picking up these items, essentially. So you're able to get these things without too much difficulty. And remind me, Maramé, you did want the better disguise kit or the sort
If I
of
can
standard
find
one?
it,
Yeah.
if I can find the better one easy enough without wasting a lot of time, I would get it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
are going to be able to find it, and probably without wasting too much time. The only question is going to be, and this is not telling you, oh, it's definitely going to do this, that there is a little more of a risk that it will attract undue attention. If you're cool with that, and as I say, it's not a guarantee, then you should be able to find it without too much difficulty. Yes.
We're about to like go soaring above the city in Source Slide, so I feel like attracting a tiny bit more attention, getting a fancy disguise kit is okay.
Gotcha.
I can talk my way out of it if somebody asks a question.
Okay.
Wait, let me disguise myself, and then I won't be who you think I am.
I will vanish before I am someone else.
I'd like a disguise kit. What are you like? I'm just trying to do this thing. You want a better disguise kit? I'm not under disguise.
Yeah, it's a theater. I'm playing all the characters. It needs to be fancy.
It's like the fake
Put on a
nose and mustache.
One-person
you know?
show.
So yeah, you're able to do that. So you're able to do that. Nisiana is able to get the healing kit and the herbalism kit and the alchemist kit. Tantin, are you collecting anything while this is happening? While the
He's
shopping is happening?
basically going to find the materials necessary to make roughly 100 gold piece necklace with 5.
There you go. That's more than our budget.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So you're able to do that. And once you've collected that stuff, it probably takes you, I would say, it's probably mid-afternoon by the time you come back with this material. So about 3 in the afternoon, roughly.
Hanton, how long is it going to take you to make the actual piece itself?
And he's sitting there with like his entire jeweler's kit laid out in front of him, and he's reshaping some of the stones to make them look less meh. And once he's got the 5 of them that he really likes the way that they look, then he starts inscribing runes on them, and one by one they start glowing. And somewhere way off in Rote, in the bay, there are 5 plates that just fade out.
Nice.
Thanks.
And that poor urchin kid who swam out there to get one, and it was his prized possession.
Was his advantage is that he already sold it.
Ah,
That's
he's
true.
got
It's
the
been
money.
at least a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
See what you're eating any time of day. There you go.
That's funny. So yeah,
Very
so you're able
funny.
to do that.
And so he starts putting together the thing and sizes it basically for Nisiana so that it spreads out between the collarbones, not unlike that
like
lovely.
that too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see after
Um,
the cat decides to leave.
Yes.
And how long did you say it takes to do this, Tren? For Tantin to do it?
It'll probably take him, since most eyes would be on these 5 glowing gems and not necessarily on the rest of it, probably a day, maybe a day and a half.
Okay. So if we say a little bit over a day, then I would say that you wrap it up by the following day, maybe about 5 in the evening. So that it's starting to get dark when you have
Well,
wrapped up what you need.
that works perfectly because the rumors needed time to circulate anyways, so it all worked out. Theoretically.
Okay.
Y'all just did not hear the most disgusted little huff from.
Well, I actually did hear it. That was quite funny. Yeah.
She just absolutely is like, why are you not paying attention to me?
I want to go on a sore sled too. Come on.
I want to go jump on Canton. That claws. So we're taking a ride on the
So you're heading up.
craft or whatever. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you ascend then through thick rain clouds on these soar sleds, passing by the city's highest spires, and emerging into the fading sunshine, because as I said, it's heading towards early evening. You see the mansions of Corvair's wealthiest citizens rising from the cloud bank in front of you, spires glittering in the early evening light. Now, I'm going to ask the 4 of you to make investigation checks for me to see which of the beacons is the right one, but I'm going to give Tanton advantage on this check for reasons I previously described in terms of his connection with these. So you're all doing investigation, and basically we're looking for a group investigation check. So I need half or more of you to pass, is basically what we're looking at here.
Okay. I get a +1 to mine, which
I
is
will-
going to be
Good.
great.
Before people do, whoever hasn't rolled yet,
I rolled.
I will guidance.
Thank you.
Okay.
It would not have
Definitely
helped
gonna
me.
need it. Okay.
Guidance.
And that's a D6 or D8?
D4.
Oh,
Wait.
4. I'll still take it though.
Wait,
I think- doesn't it
Still,
go,
you
doesn't it go
sure?
up for you? Yeah.
Double
Hold on.
check on that.
Yeah.
Check.
I just,
Level 7, it's probably D6.
I would think so. Which could be very handy.
Well, it doesn't say anything.
And it's concentration, so you can only do one of us at a time.
Right, but it doesn't say anything on the small thing about more than a D4.
Is this cleric or just cleric's guidance? I'm sorry.
It's,
It's
yeah,
a
it's
special
a-
ability, right?
It's a divination cantrip.
Oh, okay. Right. Hang on.
I mean,
Because I can do it too. So
Mm-hmm.
nice.
Let's see. Here we go. Trip, blah, 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 blah. Is it just that? Up for 1 minute.
and
That's it. D4, that's it.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Tanton spent about 40 minutes before we left pulling Spanner's legs off.
Good
and,
God.
Okay.
and putting him in the bag so that when we get up there, he can take him back out of the bag.
Right,
Put
Throw
them
him at
back
him?
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right. Okay.
All right. I'm going to roll.
so will I.
And I'm going to need that D4.
I will-
Well, wait.
I will guidance Nisiana.
Then I will definitely take that extra D4.
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
What?
Okay.
So that's a 14. All right. Like for some reason, my die roll didn't apparently go, so I'm going to go now. Theoretically.
Right, Prince Justin, I think that must be why. Okay, so you ended with a 14.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
We've got a, well,
That's the D4 is not really going to help me on that one.
25.
So, there you go.
all right, so Tanta with a 21 and Nisiana with a 13. if
Tanton
I've
with a
got that right.
25.
I beg your pardon. Tanta
got
with a
a 14.
25 and a 14. Okay, so
And then Mary May did. Oh, okay.
Just-
I was like,
just-
Marame with a
Not
3
amazing.
and Alarian with a 4. Well, fortunately, 50% is 2 out of 4, and we got the 2 out of 4. And I would say that it is probably, Nisiana, you think you see it, and Tanton, you certainly do, that you find one of the beacons is actually built on what looks like a solidified cloud. And it is this strange experience of looking at all of these, and there's something about this one where the light that shines into the distance is sort of angled oddly. In other words, you would expect that the beacon would be going in a different direction than the place that it actually is. If someone wasn't paying attention directly, they wouldn't obviously even notice that. But when you look at the direction that the other beacons are shining, this seems to stand out in particular. It is a stout tower on the edge of Skyway, perched on the edge of this solidified cloud. And there is a windowed chamber as you sort of direct your sleds towards it, lit from within by a pulsing red light. But it is not occupied by only one person, because inside you can see, as you draw close, a brutish female dwarf, and that's brutish as opposed to brood-ish, brutish female dwarf interrogating a young man dressed in faded finery. And you can see through the window that she's got him up against the wall, and she yells, "Where's Sky Blue?" She roars at him.
Well, we have competition apparently.
Yeah.
How big is this opening, sir?
It is not a huge opening. It's probably about, as I look at my own window for comparison, maybe 2 by 2 feet.
Well, that's pretty small. So we cannot pilot these in through it.
No, you could probably pilot. Easy for me to say. You could probably pilot up to it if you want, and then like get off that way. It might be big enough, Valerian, to just fit. I mean, it's not like 2 by 2 is not 6 inches by 6 inches, but
It's a 3 foot diameter sled. It's not going through that window.
the
it's not going through
sled is
24,
not for sure.
Right, right. But I can
But the
park
people
outside
can,
and
is what I
go
meant.
in. Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Even myself, which is to be a little tight, but I can do it.
I
And
told
that
you to
is-
tell me, and I won't ask again. I don't know. Ugh. He's like slammed up against the wall.
Yeah, that is actually what I'm going to do is literally park outside and climb through.
Okay, now are you? He said laughingly, "Are you stealthing it up, or are you just like her?"
Frick no. No.
Okay, so you're coming up and just like blam, and I actually happen to have. You'll be happy to know a map for you.
Great.
Okay, let's see. You are.
While you're setting that up, I'll let you know what Tanton is doing, because he is positioning his sled in such a location that he can aim his crossbow past Ilarion at the she dwarf and get a shot at her if things go awry.
Okay.
I am following Ilarion in.
Where's the opening per se that we're near? And is this a grating on the outside?
That is a railing on the outside. The opening that we're talking about is right over here. You can see that there's actually a spot down there.
Well, it looks like a box, so I'm a little confused.
Yeah, no, it's like a panel almost that's down from the wall.
Yeah,
and in
you're
fact,
right.
it looks to you like it was knocked in from the outside. Perhaps this is where the person actually.
It was the old smash and bash. Yes, indeed.
Yes,
Actually,
indeed.
If I'm able to get inside without trouble, then I'm actually like right here. So it depends on what you say, Arv.
Give me just 1 second whilst I get that stuff up there. Go ahead. Someone was going to ask me something.
Oh, I'm just gonna ping Ilarion as they head in and just say it would be good to find out who that dwarf works for.
Agreed.
As in, don't do her in just too fast.
Ooh, wow. Shouldn't be a big deal unless she has like 12 reinforcements we haven't seen yet. So, yeah.
I'd be able to talk her way through it.
Possibly.
Favorite.
Although, considering we're both looking for the same person.
So what's
doubt-
the
I doubt
center
that.
thing? The center thing's the beacon?
That's the light.
That's the light.
That's the light. Yeah.
So this is a room. There's no ins and outs.
That's correct. It looks like the way that it's accessible is from the outside, which might make sense because again, well, actually you don't know this, but the beacons do not look like they are supposed to be easily accessed, and Tanton certainly knows why. But yeah.
All those pale blue things are just panes of glass around the
There we go.
outside.
And she just busted through one. Didn't
Right.
break it though. So this is actually glass on the bottom, not a box.
Right.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, there is actually, you can see here that there is actually some shattered glass on the ground, Ilarion. You can actually see there's even a break in that
Maramay, since we're talking, and if she doesn't appear, well, I don't know if she's actually responded or reacted to my appearance or entrance yet.
She has, and I will talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
One point, by the way, Tanton, as you come close and you're sort of drawing a bead on her, as you look through, now you understand why the light is angled oddly, because it's being refracted weirdly with that broken glass. So that's probably why it looks the way it does.
We don't recognize the dwarf, do we?
I don't believe you do, although you might actually. Let's see. I don't think anyone has a mercenary leader background, right?
No.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So then the answer is no.
Okay.
You do not recognize this person. Okay. Here we go.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
God, that's not a dwarf.
Oh my God, that was in your head, Hilarion.
No, the dwarf is here.
Oh, is it a bard?
It is some kind of what looks like, and in fact, I have a
lute
I have
wearer.
a picture of this person too, which I will share with all of you in just a moment.
They have a lute, so they're already my friend.
And not that kind of loot, a different kind of loot.
Oh.
Loot for beating people.
But we could make music. They have songs.
They are very good songs.
That make the whole world sing.
You.
Uh,
Yeah.
I write the songs that make. Okay.
And demonetized.
That would be interesting if that was demonetizing. I have to say, like, I'd be impressed.
Song's not that old. Oh, but that's short. That's short of a clip. Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Now. Oh, I really love PDFs, by which I mean I don't really love PDFs.
Sarcasm?
Oh. Is that what that is? Yeah. That is sarcasm.
I've heard of that.
Seriously. If I could have just...
Sentence out loud.
All right. Right. We'll do that. And then we'll do that. And then we'll do that. And then we'll do...
That.
Okay. Right. Okay. So you are going to be seeing this person now.
On stream
Here
or
on stream. Yes, you're going to be seeing on stream. Coming up right now.
For those of you listening at home, you can't see it. Ha ha.
You can see, and this is the person who is being sort of like pushed up against the wall. Looks fairly young, and looks quite sort of like not terrified, but looks very much like
intimidated.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely intimidated, and also sort of like clearly not, overwhelmed, I guess you might say. The other one that you can see, who is a female dwarf, is incredibly muscular. And there are a couple of moments where, as she's sort of like, doing the whole like, where's sky blue type of thing, you can see she bares her teeth, and you can see that her teeth look odd. And as you kind of look again, they look like they're very sharp, as if they've been like filed into sharp points. And at one point she spits some dark viscous substance on the ground, and then she says, "You speak now or you die. I've run out of patience." And then Hilarion, you come in. Yep. And she turns to you. "Who in Sharn are you?" And she kind of turns around, and you can see that she's got a couple of daggers at her belt, but actually she was just holding up. And actually, as she's turning to you, she's just holding the frightened guy, the bard, just up against the wall, literally up above the level of the floor, just with one arm, and is just kind of facing you, and says, "Well, What do you want? Answer me. What are you doing here?
Mary, are you coming in behind me?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Then Alarian will just sit there and say nothing until she shows up, and she's actually going to do the talking, and they'll just be impassive and watch her.
Oh,
No.
awesome.
Hey, you mind letting that bard go? What did they do to you?
I don't believe that's any of your business. I asked you a question first. What are you doing here, first of all? No one's supposed to be up in this beacon, including this creature here. He's like, huh. No.
Well, I believe I'm going to go for the deceit here. Well, no. I believe that we heard that you were looking for Sky Blue, so it seems that we have something in common.
Oh? Is that because you were sent from the Watch? You don't
No.
look to me like you're one of their gang.
You don't look like you're from the Watch either, so maybe we're working for the same person, in fact.
I doubt that. I know exactly who I'm working for, and there's nobody else there. The only person I answer to is my direct boss. On the other hand, I don't know what you're doing here, although I suppose if you're looking for a cut of this filth, it might make sense. And he's like, huh.
Maybe if you don't actually damage him too much, he might actually tell us something of value.
So far, I've been asking him questions, and he hasn't given me anything of value. I think all he's got to offer is whatever the hell this voice of his is. And he kind of, there's no need for, it's like the Lando, and like, they're getting on, so he's just doing this thing like, I can't hurt that.
Hey, what?
Ask him the same questions, and all he ever says.
Yeah. Look, that's his livelihood. Let go of the
Exactly.
vocal cords.
Turn him into Tom Waits. No.
Look, I
Or
get
Joe
that
Cocker, either one.
I'm feeling all right.
I get that you have a job to do, but it's not exactly going to be helpful if he can't talk at all.
And she kind of like looks at you and she says, oh, and I'm going to get the information I need from you then.
No, probably you won't. But tell you what, we'll give you the chance to leave here peacefully.
And she spits, and she says, I like your spirit, but I'm afraid you don't entirely know what you're dealing with. And besides, this is business that don't concern you. If you're looking for a cut, I suppose we can talk business. But if you're here to try to threaten me, well, and she grins, and now you can see for sure it just is like her teeth are just knives basically in her mouth. She says, I've heard more threats than you could ever frighten me with. If you're one of the noble's personal guard, for example, I've heard that before.
Do we look like nobles? Well, we might.
I look
All
quite
right.
resplendent, thank you very much.
He looks at Nisiana, and she looks at Nisiana, and she says, well, that one sure and Sharn does.
While she's talking and being all menacing and everything, I'm looking for any kind of symbol on her of any type to give me any clue as to who the hell she works for besides herself.
The only thing that you note, so she's wearing, first of all, plate armor. So she is, as the saying goes, loaded for bear, and would be very, effective against a bear with plate armor.
Which is stupid because there are no bears up here.
That's true. I mean, that's just right. Except the sky bears, duh. No,
Yeah.
like like the spirit,
jump on that.
like the, no, I was thinking
Bear.
like the spirit bear, Trent. No, but no. So she's wearing plate armor. Other than that, Nisiana, the only thing that is most notable about her, she spits this foul, viscous liquid. She's not a very pleasant-looking creature, but the teeth. I mean, clearly she did this to her teeth, and you've never seen anything like that before.
No, but
So there's no identifying marks on the rest of her from what you can tell.
well, but I'm thinking that if is it possible I have healed somebody in the past who got bit by a woman like this, or
No,
because
not that you've
the only
noticed.
reason you file teeth are to turn them into weapons or intimidation, but since she keeps spitting viscous liquid, which by the way I'm looking to see if it's bubbling or something.
Make a medicine check for me, actually, Nisiana. You might know what this is.
I get that advantage.
I was thinking of an identify spit roll earlier tonight, but why not?
Okay.
Greg, while she's doing that, I need to, since we still have the mind link up between,
Yeah.
Eh?
And I'm gonna try to cut a deal with her basically to try to find out who she's working for.
Well, right. Well, look, all we need is Sky Blue. If she has something, it sounds like, and this is what they're telling you, is like, it sounds like they just want what she's stolen. All we want is the person. If they want the stuff, they can have the stuff. We just want her. So if we can cut the deal that way, heck, we'll even help her find the person. I don't care as long as we get them.
So a
lot.
couple of notes about this. So first of all, Nisiana, almost certainly what that is on the ground is mandrake tar. It's the tar of chewing this thick, foul-smelling root, which is mandrake. And you know that mandrake gives one particularly foul breath, but it's also super intimidating because you may also know that mandrake has poisonous qualities, and someone who chews on a mandrake does so partly to immunize them from that poison, but with the effect that it has rather nasty effects on their personality, theoretically. While you're looking at that, I should point out to everybody else that since we're in the room now, this chamber has this beacon, which looks like a magic orb sort of floating at its center. And there are these floor-to-ceiling windows besides the one that you're actually in. You can also smell something in here, which is there is a smell of mixed of engine oil. Not sure what that's about. And then half-eaten street food. And it's basically silent up here except for the, dwarf threatening the bard. And there's a map that's sketched on the dirty floor and a parchment map on the wall. Now, you'd have to go over and see what those things are, but you can see, just even from where you are, that they're both maps. But at the moment, you've got the dwarf to deal with, but I'm letting you know that there are other things other than just, the stuff I previously described.
Okay.
So you can go on, Merime, now that you've seen that, and Nisiana, you've now seen what you've seen.
Perfect. So I will go. Well, look, I mean, I'm not going to say that we're dissatisfied with our employment right now, but we're not that happy about it. And you kind of look like you know what you're doing. So you mentioned the possibility of a deal. Let's maybe talk about that.
I need you to make a persuasion check please, Merime.
Please
I
roll
reach to. Oh, I can't touch her. I'm not close enough. I'd have to move up.
Can you move up and gently touch my back?
Yep.
I mean, you certainly could do that. I mean, unless you're worried about that they'll notice.
Well, I am
stealth
trying
up.
to get off the glass too.
Yeah.
I'm literally on the glass.
Okay.
Oh, that's
I
fair.
should have worn my high heels today.
So
All right.
if I move basically there, I can do it and be getting myself off the glass.
Oh, Prince Justin has inspired Merime, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prince Justin.
Oh.
That is so sweet. I will do it at advantage then. Thank you.
Merime has been inspired. And also guidance, Nisiana?
Yes.
Question mark? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that and then I'll use the guidance.
Okay.
So I'm doing it at advantage.
Okay.
Exciting. Thank you. Oh.
Hey!
Plus,
Oh, yeah, that's
Plus,
true.
oh, my guidance. I'm totally using it.
I was really hoping for a
I
four.
was going to say,
Yeah, me too.
you're right. I should give up a life of crime.
Let's be
Have you
best
seen
friends.
the
I'll
error
become a
of me
dentist
ways?
and never leave this all behind me. No, she doesn't do any of that. But she says,
given my track record with teeth so far, maybe I
you know, who knows better than I do the worth of good teeth? Okay, no, none of these things happen.
Sharp.
Instead, she kind of and she lets her arm go, and the bard bangs to the floor. And she says, and she puts her foot basically into his gut, just to hold him there. And then she turns to you with her, sort of turns her torso in your direction, and she says, "All right, well, it's like this. My name's Bagrilda, and I was sent here to find out about this heist. All the Skyway knows at this point that this thief's been running around from place to place, but rumor has it that she's planning the best one yet, and she knows some things that are happening. So, I was sent here to find out what heist she's planning, who her target is, what valuables they're carrying, who she's working with, and when it's happening. The who, what, and why, let's say. and my boss wants to know this as soon as possible. I come in here and I find this one skulking about. He won't tell me a damned thing, says he's some friend, which is obviously a lie, but I can't get any information from him, and he's obviously not the watch. I was about to throw him out the window when you showed up. And he's sort of like, there was no need to throw me out the window. Violence is very distressing. And she says, more distressing would be my boot up your arse for not telling me what I asked you for in the first place. And she turns back to you, Marimay, and she says, now, if you have any information yourself that you want to share, we'll kindly take it. You could speak to my boss, name of Curse. Curse might be the one who could work out a deal with you. I'm just here making sure I get the information. And once I'm through with this sod, and she kind of pushes, then I'll have all the information that I need. And then I can go get this stuff from this Sky Blue, hiding out in lighthouses like this.
You know, if you're looking for, information from this sod, you should threaten to stick a poison needle in his eye.
And she says, I heard about that once. That was a funny one, though.
Wait, who just said that?
May I speak?
Blast from the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
May I speak to the bard alone, bard to bard?
Alone? And she's like, and she kind of looks at you suspiciously, and she's like, all right, but if you get any information from him, I'm to know, mind, and he gives you a grand total of 30 seconds. And then if he doesn't tell you anything either, I'm throwing him out the window, and he can see if he can play himself a parachute on the way down. And she kind of, cool, as he sort of into the side, and then she turns around, spits like right near his foot, and then marches over to the glass and kind of, shaking her head and staring out the glass. She doesn't obviously leave all the way, but she's like turned away now and is looking in another direction.
Okay. I'm going to tell my compatriots, because I think they're all within 70 feet of me anyways. So I'm going to tell my people, I'm going to link you in, but shh. And then I'm going to lean down before the bard and say, hey, I'm Marimay. What's your name?
He says, I'm grateful Stormflower. My name's
Hello, grateful Stormflower. Sorry.
She says,
Stormflower.
My name's Stormflower. Are you from the Watch? What are you doing here? Did Sky send you? I don't recognize you. And don't let that toothed woman come over and do whatever she was planning. This woman's insane.
She's got a purpose. And I'll hold my...
To frighten me half to death, yes?
I'll ping him. I can talk to you in your mind. Don't freak out.
And his eyes kind of widen slightly, but he doesn't. And he kind of nods slowly.
If you want your life to be saved, give me something worthwhile to offer to her that she'll go away and she won't kill you.
And he
It
said,
doesn't have to be the truth, but say something out loud that's convincing. You're a bard. You can pull it off. I'm assuming he's a bard. He's got a lute.
He does, yeah. And he says, all right, just internally, he says, just follow my lead then. And he kind of stands to his feet. And he goes over, not too close, though, you notice. And he says to Bagrilda, who's still facing away from him, I have a bargain for you, friend dwarf. And she, turns around, teeth bared. It's really kind of a terrifying sight. And sort of in spite of him, you can see he sort of, takes a step back. And she's like, what bargain? And he says, information that you seek. It was not my intention to hide it from you, but you see, well, I could not let the knowledge of my beloved Sky go without being at the final end. But it's clear that these behind me, along with you, have given me no alternative. I don't wish to die. She's probably betrayed me anyway. And Bagrilda kind of folds her arms. What are you talking about? And he says, I'm a bard, as you can see. And he kind of holds up his lute, which, by the way, you can notice now that his garb is kind of faded and worn, and the lute is clearly there's chunks out of part of it. It's seen better days, quite obviously. And he says, I make my living through song and music. And I make my living, at least I thought I did, by writing songs for the love of my life, Sky. That is who I came to visit. I had a love song I was going to play for her. It was today that I was going to ask for her hand in marriage, and I came up here and found nothing. Just drawings on the floor, things on the wall. She was gone. She's obviously left me, and my song. Now my song will never get sung. And Begrilda's like, you mean you don't know where she is? And he says, no, except in the chambers of my heart.
Oh, dear Lord.
It's going to be my art. Oh, E minor, E minor, oh. So he sings this, and Begrilda, like, just sort of in the stunned way of someone who's just been handed, like, let me hand you a hamburger, and they hand you just like 10 pounds of raw rotting meat. The look of someone who's like, now I'm going to throw this in your face and then kick you in the head to follow it. She's just staring at him, and she's like, I can't believe that the last thing you're going to do in your life is to sing me a love song. And he says, this isn't a love song for you. It's one that I wrote for her. And here you are, threatening me. And meanwhile, I've been abandoned. And these ones behind me, they don't care either. You've all left behind a love that was one of the greatest that ever was.
Oh,
more
wow,
than once, more than once. She starts singing this thing. So Begrilda sort of like stares at, like, turns gradually to all of you and says, you know, if I get a running start, I could kick him at least 25 feet outside the window.
I'm not seeing much of a disagreement right
And
now.
Stormflower
laugh.
internally says, you know, I'm trying to do the best I can here. I can sing much better than this, too. I'm trying to make this look good.
Are you going to maybe tell her something, a lie about where Sky Blue might be? You
This
can just lie
is
to
a
her.
lie. I'm not her. She's not my lover. She's my friend, and I don't know where she is. Meanwhile, outwardly, he's like, just like a broken cat.
No, but
What do
she
you
wants-
think about
she
that?
wants to know where Sky Blue is. This isn't.
I
you
don't
are
know where
s-
she is. If I knew where she
Well,
was, I'd be
lie
telling you.
about it. You are so bad at this. Just please stop.
So he says, if I knew where she was, I'd tell you. And he starts, like, you know.
So when we got here and Ilarion went in and everything, and Tanton has been holding his crossbow pointed at the dwarf. As this has been going on,
He slowly shifts over.
since she's facing towards him now, she can see him move the aim over towards the bar. As he's just like,
and she's like, and Begrilda's like, you mean you don't actually know where this person is? Is that what you're telling me to believe? And he just looks at her. He kind of, his eyes widen, and he goes, how can you just let me walk away? Just let me leave without a trace. And he's just like, Begrilda comes over, and she's like, all right, please, let me just him out the window. This idiot doesn't know anything. What am I going to tell Cruz?
I'm going to. Why is this so important to Cruz that he hears from a dumbass?
It's not dumbass. I need to give him
Dumas.
some. It's Dumas. No, he says, I need to give him some information. The rest of the gang have all gone over to try to find where she's going to be. They have guesses, but nobody knows for sure. I'm supposed to find out the actual information. And I thought I had a lead. And instead, I have this fop. And he sort of, like, as he's playing chords, so take a look at me now. You know,
Okay, I'm gonna try to. I'm just gonna ping the others. I'm just gonna try to lie to her and get her off our backs. And then I'll be like, Tenton, where can I say? What's another beacon that I could say would be a good departing station for a ship? Like, what? I need a location to send her to.
yeah, he just, not the next one over, but the next one after that is the one that he.
Second star
Okay.
to the right.
Right.
Okay, so I'll turn to Begrilda, and I'll be like, okay, we did have a lead on top of this one. You've been more than fair to us, and in the I will, flinching internally, I will take out my rapier and just cut the strings of the lute.
And he said, so he's just like, he's against all brink, you know, and the lute kind of breaks, and he kind of is just like, he stares at you, and he's just like,
I'm like,
and internally he's like, unbelievable. Do you know I just replaced the E string?
I will help you restring your lute. Just please be quiet.
all right.
Be quiet. We're trying to save your life. My God.
This is the final countdown.
It's the final countdown.
He's on the one remaining string.
Just shoot him, Tangent. Shoot him. I'll be like, okay, I will tell you the one lead. And then we will interrogate this person further as they are annoying, and then throw them off the window if we can.
And Tanton pings in real quick and says, make sure you have a very good reason why we didn't go there first.
I'll be like, yes, thank you. I'll be like, we had 2 leads to follow. This was our first, and then we have a second one. If you're willing to introduce us to Cursa, what's the name of the boss?
Curse.
Cruz.
Curse.
Sorry.
Cruz.
It was, yeah, actually, wait. For some reason, I'm thinking curse. Give me a second.
I wrote Curse, but I might
You
not.
said curse the first time, then you said cruise the last time.
Yeah, because I probably got it wrong. It is curse. Kurse. That's why I got confused.
That's not all what I wrote down. Okay. Curse. If you're willing to introduce us to Curse, whether we find Sky Blue or not, Curse, I'm willing to throw that to you.
And so she thinks about it a little bit, and then Begrilda sort of nods slowly and says, well, I tell you what, the boss ain't going to want me to leave before I get some information. If you want, you can look around here, and then you can take this fop and throw him out the door or take him with you for all I care. But I'm going to stay here. Once Sky comes back, if she does come back, I ambush her, and then we're all set to go. You, on the other hand, can go and do whatever you want, and probably, most of all, talk to my boss. He's going to be down below anyway. Go ahead and talk to him, but not until you've had the opportunity to look around here and take this thing out. And she kind of stares at Stormflower, who shrugs.
That seems fair. All
And
right,
whistles.
we'll look. Okay,
While all this is going on, I want to look at that map you said that was on the floor.
Okay.
The dirt, the one in the dirt.
Yes.
Which is weird that this building has a dirt floor, but I'm going to roll with it.
No,
Can we
not
just-
not dirt floor, dirty floor. So it's been basically
Oh.
drawn using like sand and pebbles is what it basically
Gotcha.
looks like.
Okay.
And I will show you.
So it's like the
exactly-
opening title sequence to Rings of Power. Gotcha.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes. All right. So here is what you see.
Mhm.
Drawn on the floor, you see this. You can see something which says Skyway, obviously. And then you can see that it says Soup Kitchen with an X in it, L Tavick Lane, Griffin Stables, Hollow Tower, Bridge Fallen, and then Stargazer Theater.
I can't remember. Does your telepathy allow for simple image transmission?
no, it's just
No.
words. You'll have to memorize it the best
Yeah.
you can.
Yep. Well,
And
that's
then
what I'm going
what's
to try to do.
Wasn't there something else that Nisiana spotted as well on
There's
the wall?
a map on the wall. I'm
Yeah,
going to go to
there's
that
a map
next.
on the wall.
Can you
So-
grab that too? I mean, she didn't say we couldn't take
Well,
anything, so.
I mean,
Well-
I'm trying to be non-obvious about it.
Oh, got it.
So I'm going to actually state these 5 names to everybody, not him, our group.
Like
Okay.
internally,
you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Okay.
Okay,
Skyway,
smart.
Stargazer, Griffin Stables, Hollow Tower, Bridge Fallen, Soup Kitchen, L Tavick Lane.
Lower
and then,
Tavick Lane.
Yeah. And then, casually as I'm turning, my big fat foot will wipe out the map.
Okay. I would like you to make a deception check for me, please.
Your big fat foot that doesn't touch the ground?
I can make it do what I want to. She hasn't noticed I'm floating yet. Deception? Why are you such a... Why do you curse me, Arv? Why?
I'm still chatting with
I figured,
with
yes.
Begrilda.
This
Yeah,
is
I'm
not a
trying to
very
keep her
difficult deception
distracted.
check as a result,
Yeah.
but
Have
I'm
you
trying to
met
keep-
me?
That's why I'm mentioning it, to be honest.
I was like, how close are you to me? Actually, I don't know.
internally
you're
he's
doing
like,
this,
I'm
so
going
that's
to
why.
try to erase the map, and then it's like, oh
Oh.
crap, I said that.
Hover.
I said that aloud.
Internal
Damn it.
monologue.
All right, well, here we go.
You got this.
Off the 16, of course, and a big
Wow.
fat 7. I am, man.
And
Unreal.
so Begrilda is sort of like looks, hey, what'd you do with that thing on the floor?
Oh, she had noticed it.
What
There
thing
was
on
some
the-
drawing there. I hadn't looked at it yet. What was there?
Oops.
Kind of stares at you. Oops! What was on it?
Shrugs.
And she kind of sort of glares at you. Now, if you want to go over and look at the other one on the wall, you can do that. If you're going to make you're going to have to make another deception check at disadvantage, though, because she's now like,
I'm
glaring
gonna
at
leave
you.
it for
Larry.
someone else and just not quite square off with her, but just regard her as steadily as she's regarding me.
Okay.
Nisiana is small.
Nisiana, you can do that if you wish. That would be a deception check. You would not have it at disadvantage, though,
Okay.
if you're going to do that.
Actually, I said I hand her a cat, but I
You,
can handle that.
what?
Reach into the bag of holding and hurl a cat.
Ah!
Yes, I will wander over. So where is the map here?
It's basically like over. So she's now over here, kind of glaring. It's basically over here. So you could kind of like slide around Merime and go this way.
I will head this way.
Okay.
Greg, can I inspire people telepathically?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fair. That's what I was asking.
And
I
then
think you're amazing.
You're great. You got this. Yeah.
Wait, did I just get
Stormflower
inspired?
whistles.
So, okay, out of character, am I getting inspired? Do I add anything to my deception roll?
So if you're not being inspired in the way that we described, which you're not, then it depends on whether chat is inspiring you. And I'll leave that up to chat for a moment.
Because I can't inspire you unless I say it out
I
loud.
will pick up the cat if somebody inspires me.
Might as well.
The
Listen
cat
to this.
is like,
Look at
oh
listen
my...
to this bribery.
Yeah, like you won't
The
The
otherwise.
cat's like,
Actually, I didn't have a choice in the matter. I picked up the cat.
cat's like, I'm not going to be used as a tool. I'm just going to come over there right now.
I'm a free creature. I can jump on sword sleds if I want to.
Looks like you're doing this
Okay,
on your own.
I am going to go and be deceptive.
You got this.
Oh, wait a minute. Rising Tides has redeemed Arvanaut Inspirations. What's up, Rising Tides? Hey, Brandon. So Rising Tides could inspire you if, so that means it'll not list it as such, but if you're using that to inspire Rising Tides, Nisiana, if you are doing that, then we can just have you do that because there was one of those available this month. So let me know, waiting for a second to make sure that that's what you're doing. And not just like, no, I just wanted to get an inspiration. I just not for you. I just, I happen to be in the neighborhood.
I need it for myself.
Yeah, seriously. I would type the command. I forgot. No, it's fine. It wouldn't list it anyway officially. Okay, so you have been inspired. No, already good, Dragon.
I will.
Rising
take
Tides did it.
And be.
No, too late.
Like-
Dragon Spirit, you don't inspire Merime. Doesn't need one. I mean, I guess you could save him for later, but hey, Div. Okay, Nisiana, you're inspired.
Advantage, right?
Yes, at advantage.
I will take it.
I
and
demand
say
a
thank
refund.
you.
Wow.
I will believe in myself.
Oh yeah, because you have
Oh wait, no, that's
that's only a 1, right?
sorry, that's a one.
You didn't roll quite badly
apparently
enough.
Really
So
fell on my
Eberron clearly
face or
wanted you to
something.
fail.
I failed very, very badly.
yeah, seriously.
It looks like I'm flanking her. She thinks I'm going to attack her.
No, I'll kind of step. Look, we're just looking at stuff and we're going to get out of your way with him. And then we'll go talk to Curse.
Yeah, so as you go over, she kind of like looks as you're heading over and she's like, "Where are you going?"
I kind of step a little bit in between her and Nisiana because I don't want her to attack. I'll be like, you said we could look at the things quickly. She's just having a look on our behalf.
Fine, but I'm going to look too. And she walks
Well,
over,
of course.
and you're like, and you smell her bad breath, kind of like with the mandrake root, Isiana, as you're staring up at that.
Well, actually, I mean, is she poisoned or anything in any way that I can be like, by the way,
No, not that you think of. At least not not unintentionally. Like,
Okay.
It'd be like saying, you have a cigarette problem. Let me cure your nicotine. Like, would not want to hear it, basically, is
What
the
would be
impression.
really
you get.
funny is if you just cast regeneration on her and just restored her teeth, and Norman's like,
I was like, damn it. Okay.
Illyrian
Okay, well,
contacts.
now I'm looking at whatever it is.
Okay.
Standing next to someone who smells really foul. But
Go
you
ahead,
know what?
Larian.
Contacting Miramaid is like, she say that Curse is below this, like on the cloud somewhere, or on the ground.
I'm guessing she meant below. I'll ask her. I can find out.
So-
Well, if we're gonna go talk to them, we will need to know.
Yeah.
But
Here
I'm
is
curious
what-
if they're here or what. Yeah.
Here is what you see. This is what is up on the wall. You can see that there is a crudely drawn picture here of some squares around what looks like some bushes or forest, and it says mansions. There's a thing that says Earl over in one, a circle that says gazebo, some rectangles that say benches. You can see all this on the stream. A window in the middle. Then you see a sky coach path and a sky coach landing. And then you see a letter, you see the word me over on the right side of this drawing.
Clearly the setup for the Eberron recreation of the song Goodbye Earl.
Exactly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Stormflower has gone to... is whistling.
Some parts are so embarrassing.
And but Grilda's like, a drawing. Obviously it's some kind of setup about a plan. What the hell's all this about me and earls and sky coaches? Ah! And she takes the map and just kind of rips it up and tosses it to the ground. Useless! And she kind of turns away and looks back at Stormflower and says, as useless as you. And she starts like advancing on him. And Stormflower's like, starts backing up a little bit. And
I'll
I'm actually gonna interpose myself between Brunilda and him, whatever her name is.
Boogerella.
I'm going
Blagrish.
to pick up
Grilda.
the thing and quickly
he starts
Grilda,
whistling Man
that's
in
it.
Motion.
There we go.
put it in my pocket.
How about I would walk 1,000 miles?
Didn't have that far.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
I
You said
am
we-
picking up the thing that she pulled down and ripped.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm just putting that out there.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that if you want.
You said, Bagrilda, that we could take him with us to try to find Sky Blue. Where can we find Curse?
And he kind of, she kind of looks at you with this sort of annoyed expression, and then finally says, down below, there's a couple of the gardens down there in the Skyway. You can go down to one of them. Curse is trying to go to some of those places. Some places where he thinks the next heist is going to happen. I don't know where he is right now, but he's in one of those 4. He was going to contact me when he was done.
All right. How do we know who he is? Or
You'll know.
all right.
He's a dwarf, and his teeth have been specially prepared,
Ah.
like me. And she spits.
Okay, well, I hope we don't have. Okay, well, that sounds fair. Why don't we just take this little annoyance away from you? You wait for Sky Blue, and we'll get the hunt going and see if between the two of us we can't get him between our two groups.
And she
her.
nods and she says, all right. And she walks over until she's like looming right over him. And he's like, he stops whistling. And she kind of says, I'm not through with you. If you don't tell them what you know, and they don't end up telling me, then I'm going to find you and finish what we started. You'll remember that, Bard. The next time you try to play a chord, you wait to find the strings around your neck. Get out of my sight. And she turns around, and he starts... as he's like whistling and stepping back, holding his broken lute. And you have an opportunity, if you wish, to leave. Now, you're going to have to put him on one of your sleds. He can fit, like, if he's just not with Eberron, but he could fit on one of the other sleds. And presumably, Tanton, you have Spanner with you? Oh, you have Spanner in the bag. Never mind. So he could fit with any of you except Eberron.
I'll bring him on. Oh, sorry.
Or that.
I can bring him on mine if I feel like I've made him annoying, so I feel a bit responsible for the annoyance. Professional responsibility.
So, as you get onto your sleds and sink below the level of the room, Stormflower is kind of still whistling quietly until you're out of the way, and then, thank you. I'm worried about Sky. I came here to check on her, but I was ambushed by that toothed vampire. And kind of stares up at the rapidly vanishing, room above him. And he says, but you saw that map the same way I did. I think that Sky was planning on doing a heist. It's her and her companion. It's a seagull that she calls Earl, trained. And the seagull and her, well, they've been doing these heists you've been seeing. Except this is different. Sky's always been a good thief, but she's a nice kid. And doing these other heists didn't make sense to me till I finally got her to tell me some more of what she was planning. I think she's got one more heist in her, the biggest one. These other ones have all been setting up for it. There's a set of medals. They're medals that are going to get transferred from one noble to another. Her father served in the last war. And unless I miss my guess, she's going to steal those medals back. No matter what it costs her. And then he rubs his throat. Or me. And that, I think, is where we will bring our session to a close. So, good stuff, everybody. We got to have a little bit of an intimidation scene. And you found an 80s bard. So I think, I think everything, as you go down, he's humming. Anyway, he's not always just going to. He's not just going to hum Prince. Anyway, but it was really fun to watch. Actually, two things. Obviously, the steeplechase thing was as fun as I was hoping it would be. It was a blast to watch you all go through that. But then also now tracking down a bit of a mystery of tracking down this thief before she can do whatever she's planning to do. And maybe now you have a lead on that, but, we'll have to see how you actually stop it, if it's even true and all that kind of stuff. So, and the way you handled Begrildo was kind of interesting, since, you were trying to do it. I mean, you could have just tried to eliminate her in terms of combat, but you were trying to gather information, try to keep it on the down low. So there were other things that were, I think, on your minds as you were considering this. So it was fun to watch it happen. As per always, I will begin on the other side of the pyramid, or I guess the ziggurat, and work around, starting with John. Eberron, first of all, Eberron's move in the steeplechase was really cracking me up, because it was like everyone's like speeding forward and you're like, or, like Tanton, of course, is dealing with the cats and all that other stuff, but that was funny. And then
I was purposely being slow. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. No, for sure. You were, like you said, Grandpa Simpson or whatever. And also it was fun to watch after that. You, along with the others, trying to calculate how best to sort of bring this thief out and who you wanted to focus your attention on, whether it was going to be Sky Blue or whether it was one of these other things. You got a Roland Karnak to think about. You got this whole business about what's going on with Brayland. The threats towards all of you, all that stuff. So it was interesting to see Eberron navigate all of that, both physically with the steeplechase and then psychologically with the adventure that followed. How'd you feel about tonight's session, John? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, like I said, as soon as you laid off the mechanics for how the race is going to work, like, well, no, I'm not going to be winning. So it took a lot of the pressure off. I didn't have to worry about it. So it was fun to do what I did anyways. And then this encounter was interesting. Anyway, one thing I think I enjoy about this group, we don't automatically just charge in expecting to have to, we're not auto kill, murder hobos, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're making a move, I'd put it out. No doubt.
You're the King Citadel, man. It's the training.
If it didn't come, try murder, that's all we're good at, and it's failed. But no, our first move is not automatically aggressive, which I like, and also I figure I would, they would do better being the muscle backup for Merime doing the talking as the face, so to speak. So yeah, and it worked more or less pretty well. So yeah, it was an interesting night. It's good to get back into it, and this is a great way to do it. So yeah, I had fun as always. Looking forward to the next one and meeting the mysterious curse. And then figuring out exactly where we have. I think now our first solid lead on where Sky Blue's going to do this. We're just going to find the location. So, and somewhere where there's a window apparently in the ground, which is interesting in and of itself, if I'm reading that map correctly. So that was interesting. Yeah, so good times. Good times. People can see me next year because this is all I do on stream. So there you go.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. Always a
My
pleasure.
pleasure.
Good stuff tonight. Also, great stuff, Jen, out of Nisiana during the steeplechase. Of course, the idea that everyone else was like having all the stuff they were screwing, and Nisiana is like, "Woo! Say now, look what I see." It was great.
I still have no idea. Like half of the stuff that happened behind me.
Yeah.
I was just like, "Whoa! Oh wait."
Oh, too bad you got
put the
scratched
cat
up by a cat. Yeah, exactly. Like had no.
I didn't know anything about the wind or
Yeah.
the gargoyles, but I am absolutely certain that these are trained cats designed to jump at people who come by too close.
Yeah, it's like source-led wards, right? Like you're trying to, keep them. Yeah, no, for sure. And of course, you had in addition to all of that, then you had to deal with figuring out A, how to get maybe Sky Blue to attack. B, were you going to try to do it by obviously making yourself a nice tempting piece of bait, or were you going to try to do this by going directly to the hideout? So all those things are in play. Thinking a little bit about House Jarasco and sort of the whole plague thing. So there's like house concerns. So again, like multiple things being considered that you had to work through. And again, it was interesting to see how you were managing with Stormflower and Brugilda and all the stuff that was happening up in the beacon as well. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I thought it was a lot of fun, especially the beginning. I don't think I've laughed that hard in a while. Even my husband was like, "I really like when I can hear you laughing. I know you're having a good time." And I'm now beginning to think that the thief is actually much younger than I was assuming, based on what this guy is saying. But humans and ages, I don't really know. But it is interesting to me that the draconic prophecy talks about people getting ready for war while everybody looks towards her, and what she wants to steal is military medals that belong to her family. And the last person we dealt with was they lost everything in the war, and what do we do with their family? Everything is actually still linked to the war, all the history of it, because it was like 4 or 5 years ago,
right,
that it ended. So I still think we're on the right track. I think that there is something interesting and important about the meeting of these two nobles that involves these medals, and I definitely think we should stop her before it happens. I mean, I'm also way along the line of getting her family's medals back for her, because that's important too. But I think right now what's happening is something that could be completely misconstrued, and I'm like, we can see we need to stop this. We need to stop this girl, however old she happens to be.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was you who mentioned it or someone else that talked about the idea that she may not even know what she's involved with. And I liked the idea that you were all thinking about it in those terms as an option as well, that maybe it's just someone who's a cog in a prophecy that's like setting a boulder rolling down a hill that you don't know you're doing, like that may or may not be part of it too. So
that is very interesting to me. And so I'm beyond not murdering this dude who desperately wants to be killed, because the whistling and everything and the singing. And,
Dancing in the sheets.
so he's he better help us after we leave, because my good mood is slowly eating.
Grab your bard and say goodbye to your friends. Sorry.
I think actually ours will be running with the night. So you know.
Nice, exactly. I wear my sunbard at night. No.
Oh my God! No.
Playing in the
thing
shadows.
is, I love.
He
all
can
these
play that
songs,
song on
and
one
they're
string
being
too.
ruined.
Yeah, sorry, Jen. Go ahead.
Yeah. But where am I going to be next? I'm on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram under Jennifer Brozek or Jennifer_Brozek on Instagram if you want to see my cats. And I guess next month when we're here again playing. Otherwise, I will be around. And then CanCon, which is sometime soon.
Yay. Yeah, it
And
is.
October 14th to the 16th.
Yeah,
I
and
should probably actually write that down.
yeah, and the goal of course, Chad, is for normally what we're going to be trying to do is to play 2 sessions a month of this on Saturdays and 2 sessions a month on Saturdays of Expedition with the Mysterious Peaks. That's the plan, and this was getting us back into it, and we are going to get into a more regular schedule of that. That is our plan. But I was glad that we could get this going with a good, solid session that was fairly productive today. So that was good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I did have a lot of fun with the steeple race chase thing.
Yeah, I think right about the second cat, you and Marie were basically not going to be doing anything with the camera while Trent's just like, right, so I have a second cat, okay?
I was dying. I was trying so hard not to laugh as loud as I was.
No, you don't understand. There was a second cat.
It's
that
a
came out of
second
nowhere.
cat. Oh, yeah, that was the best part. It's like, I thought the one that was on you was gray, and Tansen's like, yes. Like,
There was a brown one and an orange one.
And now, of course, I'm worried that the orange one's owner is going to be thinking something horrible happened to the cat because we left it with the Sphinx, the gyno Sphinx.
Mm.
Well, good. They shouldn't have let their cat hang out near an open window.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh man, but always a pleasure, Jen. Good stuff tonight. Also, Marie, great stuff from Merime. First of all, Merime did in the end win the. Obviously, you were I thought were going to be the leader in the clubhouse because of the extra agility, but took a little while to catch up with Nisi Hana. But then you were able to win the steeplechase. And otherwise, I think had some good moments, especially when you were figuring out what was happening with Brigilda in the tower. And there was a funny moment with you. I thought funny for me was listening to you sort of psychically talking to Stormflower and then being like, I am doing my best. Why would you break my strings? Like, who does that? Like, it's very just like, this is not the time. Like, well, I'll fix it at Guitar Center. Just shut up. Like, whatever.
Yeah, just shut up.
You know, like it was very funny because it wasn't just like, I'm a dumb, stupid bard, but just sort of like, you almost were like, look, I understand you. This is not the time to talk about this. Like, so that was very interesting to me. I'm excited to see how two bards get along in this conversation. And, you did a good job also in persuading the tooth-filed dwarf, Regilda, that you were going to basically, talk to the boss and kind of leave her there to ambush Sky. So you ended up being the face, as Ilarion put it, of the operation, or as John put it. And so seems like that's what happened. How did you feel about the session today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really enjoyed today's session. I thought I was going to die by the second cat. That was just not good, but good. So good. So yeah, that was just a lot of fun. And and I enjoyed making friends of different dwarves, and bards can be embarrassing apparently. Mérimé's making it's like, oh, this is why I chose College of Swords.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I enjoyed the whole session. It was fun watching everyone play, particularly Tenton and Ilarion during the little race at the beginning. That was just absolutely a joy to watch. I thought for sure Nisiana would win because she had the heart behind her, but a few bad rolls and that's it. You're done. But I enjoyed everyone as always. It was very fun.
It had to be me or you. One of us had to win, and I was happy.
Mm-hmm.
Sister power. Yep. So now this will good. And now making me feel slightly personally responsible for having Starflower with them, the bard. Because
Stormflower.
Stormflower, thank you.
Yes.
She feels responsible now because it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll keep listening to him. But now he sounds like he's a little bit more useful, so that's okay. We'll see. Next you can find me. So I have Nye coming out on September 30th.
Yeah.
Ebook paperback is very pretty. It smells delicious. So by all means pick it up if you like dark fantasy / horror, where the veil between our world and the world of the old fairies collapses. It does not go well for humanity. Lots of people die. It's great. And also at CanCon in mid-October. I will be there. I'll be on site, but I'm everywhere. I am like a leech onto GenCon, where you will see many other cool people, of course, like Jen and Arv as well. We'll all be there. So party on. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thanks, Marie. Good work tonight. And last but certainly not least, Tren, a lot of good material. I'll start with the serious very quickly, which is that the, serious stuff about, obviously House Cannith, there was that concern as well, that little Easter egg that was, little like item that you were like, okay, well, now I got to put that in the back of my head and think about that. So there was that. Obviously, we had the stuff that happened that you had to figure out in terms of what you were going to do with the whole crossbow thing up there. But obviously, the sort of highlight for me was watching Danton dealing with multiple cats and the image of you sort of showing up later on holding this cat. And what I loved about it, too, was that you never actually yelled at Nisiana. So when Nisiana just is like, but I thought it was another cat. You're like, no, it wasn't. Like, you just like, you're not wanting to tell. You're like, I don't, that was very funny. And obviously your ability to think about how the knowledge that you had of the Crimson Beacons and all that was obviously important as well. So there was a lot of stuff where Tanton's knowledge of Sharn and specifically his own house played in, and then his ability to be knocked off a sled and, fall with a cat was also tested. It was fun to watch both of those. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will they find folks? See you next.
Stormflower is clearly the College of K-Tel. I just want to put that out.
Red wine.
Right, exactly. Although the last time I listened to a record by K-Tel, I don't think that who sang Red Wine?
UB40.
UB40.
Right.
Neil Diamond, excuse me, sang it first.
Well, yeah, but everybody knows UB40's version though.
Yeah.
Neil Diamond, they did Coming to America. I mean, that's what they know Neil Diamond for, like.
I grew up with Neil Diamond, and that was one of my dad's favorite songs.
I see. All right. Well, then that's okay.
Like,
well, that's different.
Yeah, I thought today was just a delight, an absolute delight. It was just, I loved the fact that everybody came through that without a scrape, except for Tanton, who was knocked to half his freaking hit points. I just like just seeing him coming in, just like when oh god, who was it? Who played not the first Spider-Man, but in the Spider-Man movies? Is it Tobey Maguire?
Tobey Maguire, yeah.
Right. When he falls from the thing, like he loses his powers. Spoilers! And he falls and lands on the car. And he's like, "Oh, my back!" That's what I picture.
Yeah.
With Tanta just coming back in and just like he's got the cat in one hand, and it's probably holding it wrong by the scruff of the neck, and it's just like. He is not a cat person. That's why he didn't build a panther.
Right.
But yeah, I was really quite happy with the House Cannith stuff, and I had a feeling it was coming, and I was like, oh damn it, what's the Baron's name? Merrick's. Okay, good.
Yeah,
got it. And I gotta look that up real quick. I really need to put that on my sheet so I can find it faster. But yeah, that was fun, and I was like, what would he call this necklace? What would this necklace? No, that sounds stupid. What about? No, that sounds corny. What the hell would you call it? Oh,
yeah. Because when you said you're like the Jarasco healing strand, I'm like, so I'm like, I know about the Jarasco thing, and so you're like, it's the Jarasco. I'm like, oh, you're making us something up now. I'm like typing away, not as opposed to like, Arv, you idiot, you find it on page 72 of the blah blah blue book that you should know. I'm like,
that's okay. I also was like, oh, really?
Oh, really? The Jarasco healing strand. We all know that. Yeah.
Like, okay, if I got her, then
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I'm not liking the soar sleds. Because I keep misspelling the word "soar" in my mind when I'm saying it. And
Well, you were sore
so-
after the sled. That's
well, yes,
definitely
I
yes.
was,
Yeah.
but that's another reason I don't like it. Apparently, I'm the only one who gets sled sores from these things. It's just because I can't have spanner with me on it.
Yeah.
So I'm either going to have to find a way to modify it to fold in the tensor's floating disc into it so it can carry an extra 1,000 pounds, and then we'll be fine. There's no problem. But you can't put them in they're 3 feet in diameter. The mouth of the bag of holding is only 2 feet, so it's not like we can put them in there.
Right.
I'm just the whole time we're dealing with the College of K-Tel Bard and Boogerella in the lighthouse thing. I'm sitting here thinking just one of them is going to come out and jump on one of our sleds and try to take off with it. I'm like,
Yeah.
no.
I had this image, by the way, of you know that meme where the person comes out and they've got the folding chair and they just with one hand like flip it and then they toss it down. I had this image that that he was going to be like, okay, so what happened was, and you would just like out of the bag of holding just pull Spanner's leg and toss it to the ground because you're like going to assemble him while you're listening to this. Like
It would take 30 minutes to get him to a functional state, because I could leave one leg off because within that small of a space he doesn't need to go as far. So I could handle leaving one leg off, cut his movement in half, and still have him combat effective. That'd be fine with. But yeah, I figured 10 minutes per leg to detach and reattach. Yeah. So where can people find me next? Probably back here. For some Adventures in Middle Earth on whatever day we're doing.
Yeah, we're working on that. Adventures in Middle Earth, we're dealing with a schedule issue because of new work schedules, that are conflicting. We will figure it out, but as I warned everybody, it's going to take a little while to get it all squared away. We will get it squared away. Everyone wants to play, but it's a matter of getting everyone. Time zones are a problem, and work schedules are an issue because of a new work schedule for one of the players. But we will get it all assembled. In the meantime, besides that, obviously you've got more of this game as well.
And I have my latest BattleTech narration, which I just put the link into the chat.
Yes.
Thing. It's in there. That's for Icons of War.
Mm-hmm.
Which
John was talking about earlier.
Yeah, and it's doing okay on the thing. It's only got 4 reviews so far, but I mean, it's only been out for like 2 weeks, or a week and a half or something.
A week, 10 days at most. Yeah.
That's good.
Yep.
Feel free
Good
to go
stuff.
and listen to that, and then
There
if
you
you
go.
enjoy this audiobook, please leave a review on the site you purchased.
Oh yes, please if you like books of any kind, please leave reviews.
Yeah,
They really do help.
whether they're audiobooks or the written whatever, please do that. But yeah, that would be me and the stuff that I'm doing, and then that's all of us, so we can go and shut down now. We don't need to talk to anybody else. Oh wait.
Yes, I'm going to let these
boy.
folks go. I will apologize to them. I know we ran over today. It was because we hadn't played in a while and we're only meeting the one session, so I had to kind of get a lot of stuff set up and going. Now we'll be fine, and we can go back to our usual 4-ish hours, not close to 4:45. So, but this was fun. Thank you to the wonderful players again. Just lovely to have to watch this ensemble crew work, and I cannot wait to see what happens when they figure out what's going on with Sky Blue. Chat, can we get some love for Trent Sparks, for Marine Bilodeau, for Jennifer Brozek, and for John Helfers? Good to see you all, players. Good work today, and I will see you all soon. Oh man, that was good times. And yeah, that was pretty much awesome. I had a feeling reading, it's one of those things where sometimes as a DM, you read the description of something and you're just like, this is going to work really well. Like, of course it's possible that it can end up like face planting. I mean, it's certainly conceivable that it may not work the way that you hope, but it just seems like it's just put together the way you would want it to. And I am just like, this is where it's at, man. Like, this is exactly what I want. So I was very, very pleased with what happened tonight. And it was great also to be able to just see the players gradually unravel different strands of things, little bits here, little bits there. I think we've actually moved at a very good pace. You know, we are actually, if anything, leveling a little faster than I would normally do so. You know, so we've been playing, because I mean, we're up to, what is this, day 26. So we've had 26 sessions and we're already up to level 7. So that means it was 25 sessions and level 7. So that means that they've basically been leveling about every 3.5 sessions. They've gone up a level, which is pretty good. And obviously, this is a campaign all the way up to level 20. So they are making good progress. And that means that they'll definitely be up to level 8 and they'll be through with season 2 by the end of the year. If, depending on how things go in the next couple sessions, I would suspect that probably in November/early December, they will have wrapped up season 2, and then we'll be moving into season 3 of Oracle of War. So that's going to be good times. A reminder about schedule: we are going to be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. with Speculate, as we have the amazing Rising Tides, who is going to be GMing the Strange Friends in Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. Those of you who have been watching that know that it is a very intense game, a very intense experience. We have good experienced players to bring you that intense experience, and I hope you folks have been enjoying it as I have. I myself tomorrow am going to be spending a lot of my day in my own birthday party. I'm going to be hanging out with a bunch of people. We're going to have like 20 people here or something like that. It's going to be great. We're going to be playing games, food, cake, you know, the whole deal. So it's going to be awesome. I am very excited for it. So I am pleased to continue what I have defined as my birthday week. So I'm excited to be able to continue it. Yeah, barring an unexpected catastrophes. That would be pretty, yeah. Hopefully that will not happen. But it's been good times here, and then we will be back on Tuesday. Now, quick note that I want to make here, which is just this. Which is to please get your vote, because we're going to close this up now. I'm going to be playing this on Tuesday. This is going to be the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, and it is going to be, what Chat Chosen Game of the Month should I play next? Right now, we have Typo Man tied with Splatoon with 1 vote lead on Kirby and the Forgotten Land. So I'm going to need someone to break that tie. Someone has got to get in there and vote so that we can break that tie, and that will allow me to pick one of those to be able to play. So Typo Man or Splatoon or Kirby and the Forgotten Land, get your votes in now. Vote often, vote early, vote often. Please make sure that you do that, because I do need to make sure I know what exactly, make sure you know what exactly I'm going to be playing as I take a look. I will come back to that in a minute, I suppose, after I've had a chance to actually, finish up the rest of what I'm doing. While I am doing that, though, again, I will remind everybody that we're going to have that going on over the weekend, over the week. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website, arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. !ArvTreon is my Patreon, which again, sitting at 19 patrons, $1.90 per month, and subbing to the channel, as a few of you were nice enough to do tonight, was really helpful as well. All of those, subbing to the channel, supporting the Patreon, obviously cheers like Dragon Spear was kind enough to do today, those things help as well. I am eventually going to be rolling out for this campaign, which will probably be the next campaign I do this for. I'll be rolling out the cheer thing that I have for Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which means that cheers that happen during the session will go to the players of this campaign, just like cheers during Mysterious Peaks go to those players. I'm eventually going to roll that out to all the campaigns. Right now, it's kind of in a pilot program status over on Mysterious Peaks. Like Dragon Spear just did that. Thank you, Dragon. It was very kind of you. That's going to be happening more. We're going to be doing more of that stuff over time. And I really appreciate all these cheers, Dragon, and your generosity with all the gift subs and all that. That's very kind of you. So thank you. Plus the gifts and all that. Really appreciate it, man. But that kind of thing is going to be happening and going to the players. We haven't rolled that out yet, but I expect that after we finish season 2, we're going to be rolling it out to this campaign next, and then gradually opening it up to Adventures of Middle-earth. Earth, and then things like that. So we're going to be expanding this system more as time goes on. Otherwise, though, I would love you all to subscribe to the channel, which will allow you to get those custom sub badges and emotes and allow you to get inspirations for the players. We use some inspirations tonight, in fact. And of course, if you have not already done so, please consider supporting us on the publishing side. Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. My 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide World Health. No, I missed one. I was like, wait a minute. I jumped into the World Health Organization. Gray Shade, that's what I meant to say. Gray Shade, trying to compress everything together. Gray Shade, which is the backer kit, which will allow you to go over and pre-order Renegade and Heretic. That's the 2 sequels to Gray Shade. Also let you get a pre-order the tabletop role-playing game for Alligator Alley, being designed by the amazing Brandon O'Brien. And of course, the audiobook from Trent Sparks, who's going to be working on that as well. So that's going to be really, really cool. You can do that again at Gray Shade. Now, BLM, as I said, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, again, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. That's very important to be able to support them as they fight back against this war. Thank you, Travaka Thane, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Arvanauts. Yeah, Trent, I know. Wah! So yes, that support would be much appreciated for the people of Ukraine as well. We are going to do a raid today. Trev is good. All right, sounds good. Well, welcome, Trev. So we're going to do a raid. Raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is, I know, they can finish it up. Seriously, Arudnell. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, and then, of course, this sub raid, Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts have landed, and then all the emotes, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys, which you can do when you are brought over auto-magically to the person that we are going to be raiding. But before we do that, before we do any kind of raid, we need someone to break the tie. Right now, we have got 3, 3, and 3, and I need someone to break this tie for the game I'm going to be playing on Tuesday. So again, I need you to go over here, folks, and vote. Please vote. The next vote is going to win this poll, either for Typo Man, for Splatoon, or for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. We have 3 votes for each. So please, I need a vote from one of you lovely folks for one of these. So I have someone that wins and I can go from there. Let's see. Who am I going to be rating? I think I know. Yeah, this is a good one. All right, and the winner is Typo Man, winning with 4-3-3. The winner is Typo Man, which was suggested by Effect Life. So I will accordingly be playing that on Tuesday, Typo Man. I actually had a chance to look a little bit of this game, and it's cool. I think it'll be an interesting one to try. So I am looking forward to giving it a shot. So that's what we'll be playing on Tuesday. And if you did not win, you will get a chance to play again next month and have me try something else. So don't worry, you will get your opportunity to do that. So please make sure that you, as I say, wait around for the raid if you can. I want to thank the amazing mods, Arudnell, Dragonspear, Emily the Honored. Continued enjoyment, enjoyment of the con, Emily, in London. Of course, Rock God, Triffity Mats, and the Rising Tides, best mods in the business. Thank you to my, as well, subscribers and Patreon supporters, Arudnell, Dragonspear, Emily, Rock God, Triffid, Rising Tides, Prince Justin, Tren. Thank you so much to those lovely folks for being amazing, and thank you to my viewers. Divinorium, good to see you again, Div. Mirinda, of course, Mrs. Dunsel, Nonstop, who subscribed last night again. Thank you, Nonstop. Nick to Twitch. Nick be Twitch, Radio Johnny Panda, Trev, and Valentina Lacaraz. Also, I want to thank most of all tonight the amazing players, Tren, Marie, Jen, and John, for being amazing, awesome. Thank you again for the birthday wishes. I feel like this is my birthday week, Dragonspear, so that's kind of how I've been imagining it. But thank you, Dragons. Seriously, I appreciate it for all the generosity. But thanks everyone for all the support, and thank you to my wonderful players. I will see you folks on Sunday Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern for amazing work from Speculate as they continue with more of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. I'll be back on Tuesday with Typo Man on my channel, and then Talisman Adventures over on the GOG TwitchCom channel. But otherwise, I'm going to let y'all go. Got a birthday party to go to, mine, tomorrow. And that's it for now. But thanks, everybody. Really enjoyed tonight. Loving this game. So happy with all the players and that all of you are part of it. Please spread the word. Let's continue to build the numbers and get more people in here. And everyone, most of all, stick around for the raid and be good to each other. Have a good night. The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Misiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it. Especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn.